You know the scene. Hello and welcome to what I call a new stream, and today we are going to be playing Case 3 of the Ace Attorney Investigations collection. Now, I remember this case as being absolutely shit towards the end, and to the point where the culprit, I think, admits to a crime and we just ignore it. But we shall see, because I clearly can't remember. Now, this is the case where we will be introduced to every single side character this game has to offer, I think. I don't know why they waited until case 3 out of 5 to do it, but they certainly did. I do apologize for that Windows notification. Now, I am going to go ahead and check if the audio is correct. The audio seems to be quite fine if I do say so myself. Now then. New items unlocked in the gallery. I guess I did not go back to the title screen after yesterday's stream. We shall continue. From our save game, The Kidnapped Turnabout. March 13th, 10:11 a.m. Question mark. It's time.
Don't worry, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be following your every movement with my binoculars.
Good to hear. Now make sure you don't lose sight of me. I'm counting on you for backup.
You can count on me, sir.
I have to go. The kidnapper is supposed to contact me soon. Who would have thought that upon my return, I'd be thrust into a kidnapping case? And that I would be the one who would have to make the ransom drop-off. Let's see. Checked the money is all there, safe inside the suitcase. Now all I have to do is await for further instructions from the kidnapper, which I'm expecting to be transferred to my cell phone. I wonder who else is around. This is the meeting place after all. Welcome to Waterland! Oh, thank you. And a big hello to you. I'm Proto Badger. Nice to meet you. Excuse me, but were you perhaps thinking of taking a picture of me? A picture of you? Sorry, but I'm not interested. Oh, that's too bad. Well, have a good day. Hello?
Who are you? You not earn the money.
Sounds like the kidnapper is using some sort of voice altercation device. I'm his representative, Miles Edgeworth.
Are you a cop?
No, I'm a prosecutor. I know what you're wondering, and yes, I have brought the ransom money with me.
I see. In that case, bring the money with you to the stadium.
So this person intends to see if I'm being followed, huh? Please, Detective Gumshoe, I really need you to come through for me here on this one. Edgeworth speaking.
Next, come to the haunted house.
And just how long do you intend to have me wander around for?
That's for me to decide. Don't have much of any choice here, my friend.
I suppose not. I've arrived.
Go inside.
What a dismal place. Just discovered your journal. How are you doing? I came at the best time with this case, it seems. Indeed, the case has just begun. I'm doing quite well, if I do say so myself. I have already played this game when it came out on my DS. However, I have forgotten most of it, and the only thing I remember from the case is the culprit. So, you will still have me figuring everything out.
That's it. Go through those doors.
I'm being watched from somewhere.
Leave the money and go now.
I'm scared. Fair enough. I was hoping for an exchange, but maybe I should do as they say for now and not push it. I couldn't catch even a glimpse of the kidnapper. Perhaps I should keep an eye on this haunted house until the least backup arrives. Oh Lord, he coming. Oh Lord, he coming. Oh Lord, it's the Blue Badger. Oh Lord, he coming. Hello, Edgeworth. Oh, it was a trap. March 13th, 11:23 a.m. Question mark. That guy betrayed. No, can't be then the deal. Who's that? What are they talking about?
Split police! Alright. In front of meet up.
I can't move my body. I fear I may faint again. Why did they bring back the badger? Anyways, where am I? How long was I out? It wasn't raining like this when I made the drop-off. This was supposed to be a simple affair. So why have I been taken hostage as well? I can only assume Detective Gumshoe lost sight of me at some point. The only reason I agreed to be the drop-off man was because of that phone call. It was from Mr. Ernst Amano, the director of the powerful Zaibatsu, the Amano group. The man has ears. But aside from that, I also owe him a great debt of gratitude. His only son, Lance, had been kidnapped. I know that Lance is already in his 20s, but I guess some things you never grow out of. You've also been kidnapped. That's got nothing to do with being in your 20s, Edgeworth. Like, can't sit around waiting for someone to come help me. I must escape somehow. Okay, time to figure out how to goddamn voice her.
Why's he making that funny sound?
Who's there? How dare you laugh at a gentleman's blight? Who are you? Are you one of the kidnappers?
A kidnapper? Me? No way, I'm not into such petty crimes. Nope, I'm after something much, much bigger.
Must be worn out from today's ordeal. Focus, Miles.
I forgot to introduce myself. Sorry about that. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me, for I am the great thief Yatagarasu.
Great thief? Did you really just claim to be the Yatagarasu?
Oh, but my real name is Kay Faraday. And you can call me Kay, okay? Good, like that settled.
Not quite. I have a mountain of questions for you. But first, if you would be so kind as to remove these ropes.
I wonder, should I remove them? I was actually having a lot of fun watching you make these silly faces. Hey, there's no need to get all mad at Icy Clary on me, you know? This rope goes through here, and there you go.
What a relief. I owe you my thanks.
Oh, it's okay. You can pay me back in full later.
Now then, what questions should I start with? Fortunately, I can already tell nothing is going to be easy with this cheeky girl. Cheeky girl. You call yourself a great thief, yet you are really a thief at all?
No, you doubt me? I get it. You think that a young lady like me can possibly be such a big-time thief, right?
That's not the part I have a tough time believing.
But I'm the real, genuine Yatagarasu, you know? Yep, I'm a pure-blooded great thief. It's a little something I inherited from my predecessor.
In that case, you wouldn't mind if I arrested you then, right?
What? Of course I'd mind. I haven't stolen anything yet. Seriously, I don't know how you can say such a horrible thing to your savior.
That's true. Technically, she hasn't stolen anything in front of me. Yet. When you say you're the Yatagarasu, do you mean you are the Yatagarasu?
Yep. The most righteous of the righteous, the legendary great thief. But I inherited the title only recently. So I haven't had a chance to steal anything yet as the second Yatagarasu.
I'm not aware that thieves could pass down their titles like that.
But don't worry, I've got a big plans in the works.
Big plans, huh? They wouldn't happen to lead to a big arrest, wouldn't they?
I knew it. There's just no reasoning with a prosecutor.
I'm not the problem here.
I'll have you know that the Yatagarasu has no interest in stealing petty trinkets. There's one thing and one thing only that I want to steal.
One only thing? What could that be?
But that's going to have to wait until we find our way out of here.
Well, at least there's one thing we agree on. I'm sure I have plenty of time later to learn more about you.
So you never told me what your name is, Mr. Prosecutor.
Oh, I guess not. I'm Miles Edgeworth.
Ah, now I remember.
How can you remember something I just told you? She sure is cheery.
Alright then, Mr. Edgeworth. Let's get out of here.
It would seem that we are locked in from the other side.
What? No way! I don't hear you!
Okay, do you remember where you came in from, right? It looks like that might be our only way out of this room.
Oops, slight miscalculation. That's a good height to make an entrance from, but I can't jump that height to make an exit.
I suppose we have no choice but to look around and see if we can't find another way out. Begin investigation. Isolation room. They're holding a blue badger photo rally.
You didn't know? Plus, it's not just a blue badger, it's his whole family, too. If you manage to snap a shot of every member of the family, you get a really posh prize.
But there's a costume head sitting right there. Why don't we start with a picture of that?
We can't do that! That's cheating! There's only one of each badger in the park, so you would have to work for it.
Speaking of badgers, there's one sitting against the wall in the haunted house.
Seriously? But somehow I don't think that counts, Mr. Edgeworth. You have to take pictures of the costumes once walking around the park.
So those are the rules of this game. How quaint. See, I was planning on investigating that. Isn't this my phone? Looks like I made it through this ordeal intact.
If only there was a way to contact someone on the outside.
Ah, but we do have a way, right here.
Ah, there's a cell phone here this whole time?
If I'm right, Detective Gumshoe should have contacted the precinct for backup by now.
Miss Edgeworth, sir, are you okay? I was so worried, sir.
I'm fine. I was knocked unconscious for a spell by the kidnapper, that's all.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm such a failure. If only I hadn't lost sight of you.
Detective, we don't have time for this. Have the police set up a perimeter right now.
You don't have to worry about that, sir. I already got the boys working on that. But in doing that, I sort of...
What's wrong, Detective? Sorry to butt in, but I'm afraid you're going to have to make do with me. Who's this? Shi Long Lang of Interpol. Oh, that's him. Ah, shit. It's yeah, it's 436 euros SMH. Sorry about it. Hey, it's not that bad, that good for me either. It's 11 AM over here, so. How do I voice that guy? Ah, fuck. A pleasure to speak of you, Mr. Edgeworth. Heard a great deal about you. So why exactly is an Interpol agent like yourself involved in a domestic kidnapping case?
Don't sweat the details. A crime's a crime, whether it's a local or global scale. Besides, you're the one in the world of trouble.
I guess we're both at work technically. True! and why would you say that?
G-Leg says the pack that runs together stays together. You catch my drift? You caused quite a ruckus by running blindly into a situation and then getting caught. You should have contacted the police from the very beginning.
I'm sorry that this happened because of a lapse in judgment. However, I humbly request that you please help me out of here post haste.
Sorry, no can do.
What?
We're hunting the kidnappers now. I haven't got any hands to spare. As I said, my pack moves as one. And you're the one who wanted to go out alone, so good luck to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh, and once we do catch a kidnapper, rest assured we'll come find you. Eventually.
You...
What's wrong? Why did you get off?
No, my phone ran out of power.
No way!
Doesn't matter anyway. Should try to get out of here through our own means.
Yeah, I have a name to live up to after all. And if we put our heads together, we're sure to find a way out.
G-Lag, that's crazy.
Maybe if we use this paint to help us escape.
And what exactly do you have in mind?
Well, we could paint help in real giant letters.
And who, pray tell, would see these giant letters? We're inside a building.
Okay, then how about we light the paint on fire and send out the colored smoke signal? Anyone who saw it would think it's some crazy artist was about to call the cops. Actually, I think that would be great for me, seeing as I'm a thief and all.
Let's try to find something other than this paint to use, shall we?
Hey, there's something inside the bottom right box. Oh, I think it's the badger costume.
Pink badger?
You don't keep up with what's going on in the world, do you? In that case, you better study up on this whole badger clan with this.
What is this thing?
I think it's as the Bible of all things you ever need to know about the clan.
Whatever, I suppose I can keep it as a reference guide or something. Proto-Badger, the very first Badger, Blue Badger, an ally of justice who keeps the peace. A vile criminal, the Bad Badger, with a gun. Pink Badger, note her unique pink bow. Nice lore you got there, Pink Badger. I suppose this means that this is where they keep all the costumes. Certainly looks
that way. It's like the Badger's family home.
There are 8 boxes, 7 of them are empty. Which means that 7 of the costumes are in use right now. But aren't these badgers the mascots of the police force?
Well, I heard that the police had a hand in sponsoring his theme park. Probably because the Gatewater group owes the police after all the cases they solved.
They have all the power in the state and they use it to make a theme park.
It's not just any theme park. They have a handcuff-shaped double loop and roller coaster.
That's quite enough. I'm feeling woozy just from the thought of such a thing. Going back to my downloads, just listen to you walk by. I want to rest on this line. It gets repeated every goddamn time. Anyways, I suppose it's the Pink Badger, but since it has some design, it doesn't seem forced to call this one a female.
You think so? I mean, just look at how long her eyelashes are.
That's the only difference.
And the fact that she's pink.
Yes, and
her lips are red. See lipstick.
what? She has nothing to say about the giant pink ribbon, or is that too obvious? This is that Blue Badger I met at the main gate.
Excuse me, but his name is Proto Badger, not Blue Badger. It's based off the very first design created the local police chief. You know, when you compare the two, the Blue Badger looks a bit cuter.
I suppose, as he continued to redesign himself, the chief managed to make him cuter and cuter. Even humanity has come a long way when you think about it, how much we've evolved.
Are we comparing the Blue Badger to humans now?
So this is the Blue Badger's rival, the Bat Badger, huh?
Do you feel some sort of reverence towards this Badger K?
Oh, bleh. You feel some sort of reverence towards this Badger K?
Heh, I can't believe you would be so stereotypical when it comes to thieves. Surely you must also think there's much cooler and cuter ones out there, right? That's it. I've decided that thieves and thievery need an image makeover.
Good luck with that one. We really have to look at every goddamn...
Look, it's the Blue Badger.
Suppose even this thing can be popular with women?
My nemesis!
What in the... Why is she beating it up?
He's got the world badge right in his name. There's nothing but bad news for someone like me. And to think he's out here wandering around in this park. I'd better be careful, he's going to arrest me by the power of his name alone.
I somehow doubt that the Blue Badger has the power to arrest anyone. Is that it? Is that the thing now? No, okay, that seems to be it. Why did I inspect this? Fucking obviously. Never mind. I thought I could piece together the fact that there's only supposed to be 4 missing, but it's 3 more than is supposed to be missing. I guess this is one of them. What is this?
Looks like the Bat Badger and it's nothing looking as bad as ever.
Looks like a costume head to me.
I guess the Bat Badger costume is, at the very least, a 2-piece, huh?
The real question is, why is only the head sitting out here on the floor?
Man, why did I have to put the window so high up anyway? How was a thief supposed to make a daring escape?
I suppose we could make our way out if we were able to climb on top of these lockers.
That's pretty clever. You'd make a good thief yet, Mr. Edgeworth.
Please don't ever place my name and the word thief in the same sentence again.
Let's see, I wonder if I can jump and grab on top of the locker. Man, why did I have to make such a glamorous lockers anyway?
Even if we wanted to use these lockers, we need some sort of foothold. Do you know where the person who kidnapped me went?
Well, after they locked you up in here, it sounded like they went into the next room and started talking to someone.
I feel like I heard something as well, but it's all a haze in my mind. However, I do recall that the kidnapper was talking with someone. It was just a guess before, but I guess I really am dealing with 2 kidnappers here.
After that, they left. It almost seemed as if they were done with you.
I suppose if that is the case, as my kidnapping seems to have an afterthought of $1 million, well, it would be that in the next room, let's see what we can find for a slot.
We can peer into the next room with kidnappers from there.
I won't rest until I've inspected every nook and cranny. I want to kill you. Is that what I think it is?
Looks like the kidnappers had to escape tunnel prepared just in case. That's awesome, they're like a bunch of great thieves themselves.
No, they're not, because I highly doubt they made the tunnel themselves. The floor panel was removed and popped up against the beam in a very specific way. I think this building was originally built with a basement in an underground area. There's nothing unusual about this area. We are not talking about any of that? Okay, is that it? Huh? Door. There's a door on the opposite side that appears to be the same as this one, which would mean I can probably assume these 2 rooms are very similar in structure. I believe I may have just found our ticket out. If these are similar in structure, pick up this. Pick up. Lock. Open floor panel. Just. If these are similar in structure, then surely there's one here, and you just have to pull up the. Okay. I haven't found everything. Wait, what did you say? I already checked this area earlier, but I never had to take another look. Ah. Why is that? Okay. There's a beam next to the room. I don't go to this one in this room. There's even a hook on it to hold the propped up floor panel in place. Which reminds me.
Did you find something useful, Mr. Edgeworth?
Perhaps. I may have found a very handy hint on how to get out of here. So, yeah, this is, again, it's just... I guess I have to look at this. This is the beam I was tied to.
What's that?
I was pondering if perhaps we could make it over there in the window if we climbed this.
Good thinking, but if climbing's the action you need, then just leave it to me.
Thanks, this little hook might be able to get a good foothold. Up you go, Kay, and good luck.
Count on it. The great thief Yadagarasu spreads her mighty wings and takes to the skies. Here I go.
As I thought, this beam was definitely not made for climbing.
What do you mean as I thought? I'm not your guinea pig, you know.
And open floor panel, the beam I was trying to connect. This hook on the beam.
You know, I already tried and there's no way I can jump from the hook to the window. Come on, even you have to admit then something's not possible.
I wasn't about to suggest that again. Rather that, there's a different purpose.
Really? Like what?
As you saw in the adjacent room, it's clearly for keeping a floor panel propped up. Which means that there should be a panel in this room that we can open as well.
Oh, I get it.
We didn't notice its existence all this time because it was being hidden by this top.
Alright then, let's fold this thing up and see what's underneath. Now this is what I call a treasure. Wow, this must be another entrance to the secret hidden basement. I totally smell treasure.
The scent I wish to smell is the sweet fragrance of freedom.
Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and open the hatch.
Alright. This thing is locked down tight.
Ah, fiddlesticks.
So everything is already looked at. I didn't look at everything here. Everything is I looked at here. Oh, that's a key. I'm stupid. And what have you here?
Ah!
Why do I feel a laser-like stare aimed right at me? Did you want to take a look?
Well, don't mind if I do. Oh, so I see. Yes, this is definitely a key. It's a key to something.
There's something that's relevant to my interest. I don't know why you have to use logic for this one. Like, just try it on the goddamn, the underground entrance. Like, it's not that deep. You don't have to go for this. I believe you're up, Kay.
Huh? Why me?
Because we need to use this tiny key that you've taken quite a liking to.
Oh, gotcha. Just leave it to me. I love the tense feeling of these moments when you're about to uncover something big.
I believe the feeling of freedom would be much more satisfying right now.
Alright, let's get the secret door open and now...
Wait!
What the...
Are you alright, Kay?
I'm fine. The ladder just slipped us off.
Thank goodness she's alright. I about had a coronary.
There's a lot of large machinery down here.
And what about an exit?
It's really dark and cramped down there, so I really doubt there's an exit. I can't believe that happened.
You only have yourself to blame for leaping before you looked, you know?
No way! I mean, how was I supposed to know that the ladder is removable?
Really? Are we really questioning if we should use the underground ladder on the lockers? Is that really something I have to connect with logic? I figured out how we can escape this prison, Kay.
Oh, so are we going to bust out? I'm fucking stupid and don't realize I can just take the ladder and then put it up on the fucking locker.
It seems that your reckless actions were of use after all.
Are you actually praising me?
More of a thank you for giving me an idea regarding this ladder.
The underground ladder? What about it?
This ladder isn't just for those who wish to go down.
Oh, I see. If we use this...
Yes, I believe it's long enough to reach the top of those lockers.
Well, then what are we waiting for? Alright, now we can get out of here.
Yes, I spent entirely too much time in here. Kidnappers who held me hostage and a mysterious Interpol agent. This case is only getting started, and I will be the one to bring it to a resounding end. March 13th, 12/11, PM, Wild West area. It looks like it stopped raining for now.
Yeah, and thank goodness. You have no idea how hard it was raining earlier. Mr. Edgeworth! I'm so glad to see you managed to escape, sir. I was so stressed that I thought my heart was gonna give out.
Detective Gumshoe, may I ask what in the world that is?
Well, that's,
Go on, tough!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9, 9.
Default! All 99 members are here and accounted for, sir!
Yeah. What the heck do you think you're doing counting my cops stuff like that? Every person is a valuable human being, you get me? And everyone has a name that their parents gave them. No one is 2 or 3. Everyone, regardless of ages, rank is number 1. Got it?
Chifu! You Agent Lang, I take it. You infidel! How dare you address our Shifu so rudely?
Zhang Li says, a cop who disrespects others soon feels a disciplinary bite of an elder. So don't ever forget to show proper respect towards another person. Gina? This isn't much, but please accept my card.
Thank you. Please accept mine in return.
You'll see that now? That's the proper way for 2 people to show their respect. Keep that in mind and you'll get far in life, got it?
Oh, that's right. Francisca did warn me. Something about an elite Interpol agent from the Republic of Zhangfa. Apparently this man has the highest successful arrest rate in the organization. Agent Lang, why exactly is an Interpol agent involved in a clearly domestic case?
It's none of your business, prosecutor.
Was it not?
I've heard a rumor about the 2 of you. You solved a murder that occurred during a flight home recently, right? But you sure took a while to arrest one little flight attendant. How pathetic. Hey, how dare you say that about Mr. Edgeworth? Are you saying that you get us out faster, pal? The comedic relief jumps to the head of its master. How cliche. Look, what I'm getting at is that I had been dead, no one would have died. I would have solved the entire case, and Agent Hicks would still be with us here today.
Agent Lang knew yesterday's victim, Agent Ackley Hicks.
Hicks was like a brother to me, so now I'm out to take his revenge.
Agent Hicks was investigating a smuggling ring with Francisca into a third person. This must be the man she was talking about. In that case, you should understand how I feel, as the kidnapped is someone I know. So I ask you, please allow me to participate in the investigation.
That is new, neatly trimmed courtroom of Eden, you know. You're out in the wilderness now, Mr. Prosecutor, and it's way out of your league. No hard feelings, but why I don't go back in your courtroom now, pretty boy.
You dare mock the court?
I do, and I don't need to help you out of a filthy prosecutor. Sorry, but the truth doesn't need likes you to the start of today.
What is the adjective filthy to describe a prosecutor? And why? Why do I feel such intense loathing emanating from here?
Alright, man. Good job on the Peruvian tower on Gay Water Land. Now just find the kidnapper and bring the punk to me. Dismissed. Sir! Now then, Mr. Prosecutor, you should sit tight here and don't cause any trouble, understand?
Oh, wait.
Mr. Edgeworth.
It's been a while since I last met someone so disagreeable. Why of all places did he show up here, and completely out of the blue at that? I suppose I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe to fill me in on that. Great job, Detective.
Sir!
For losing sight of me and the kidnapper and allowing my investigation to be hijacked.
Sir.
I look forward to your next month's salary assessment.
But the case isn't lost yet, sir. I'm gonna show you just how much of a man our Dick Gumshoe can be.
Shall I prepare the 21 gun salute now or later? Detective, are you sure that was the precinct you called for backup?
Of course, sir. I think I would know the number of my own precinct like the back of my hand.
Then why did an Interpol agent show up instead with an army of his own agent?
That, I have no idea. About 5 minutes after I made the call, the Wolfman showed up out of nowhere, sir.
Agent Lang definitely has an agenda. So the question is, what is he after?
Mr. Edgeworth, I was wondering if I may ask about one thing, sir.
Yes, what is it?
Who's that girl over there, I mean? I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant, Kate Faraday. What?
Funny, I don't recall making you my assistant, Kate.
Yeah, I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Me. It's been like that since forever. Sorry, but I just told you a supporting role. How can you say something so serious with that giant grin on your face, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, we gotta get the thief on her head, sir. She stole my role, sir. I'm taking her in, I get her convicted, and I make sure she serves out her sentence. Oh, come on, it'll be fun, like musical chairs. You'd better stay fast on your feet. No way. I won't. I will not lose the spotlight to you, little girl.
They are talking. Like, this is a game. It is. Like, why are they talking like that, though? Okay, so I went in from the main gate to the stadium and then the haunted house. And now we're in the Wild West area. I see. Alright. Seems simple enough. Now hold on. That wriggling. Can't bring myself to call it dancing. Take a picture of him, Edgeworth. Excuse me, but if you could just let me through here.
Sorry, can't let anyone through, Agent Lang's orders.
I suppose I have to deal with this impasse for now. Horses are painted on this garage door to completely Wild West theme. They almost look like they're ready to jump into the real world and get away. Almost being the key word.
I can't calmly do any stealing at all with the detective around.
I suppose it's not easy when there's this many members of law enforcement in the vicinity.
It's alright. It's not like I'm in a hurry to steal anything or...
Which is it? Do you plan to steal something or not? What a mystery, this one. Maybe I should talk with her a bit more.
So what are you going to do about your investigation into the kidnapping?
Good question. Since Agent Lang holds the authority to investigate this case now, this makes things a bit more complicated.
Oh, come on. You can't just let that stop you. I leave it under your hands, so let's go.
But you're self-purported great thief, are you not? I don't believe I can let someone of a lawful nature participate in an investigation.
You don't listen, do you? I'm not any old great thief. I'm the Yadagarasu. And as I said earlier, the Yadagarasu is after one and only one thing.
What is this one and only one thing you're after?
The Yadagarasu is only interested in one thing, and that is the truth.
I see. 7 years ago, there was a vigilante who threw the business world into a panic. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appeared and vanished at will. Though we still don't know how much the thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. The Yatagarasu like to find and publicly disclose evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. Once the target was chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement was sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation was infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence of that found was sent out to the mass media, along with a card of the mark of the three-legged raven. Looking back, I suppose you could call what the Yatagarasu was stealing the truth. Could this child be really the successor to the original Yatagarasu? But that can't be, can it? Lads, where are you, son? Mr. Mano. Oh, Miles, my boy! I'm sorry to involve you in such an affair just after you've returned. For you, Mr. Amano, I'll gladly offer my assistance. After all, I have you to thank for how well things turned out during my time abroad. If it wasn't for you, I might not have been introduced to that law office. and had the chance to study the inner workings of another country's judicial system. No, no, no. Think nothing of it. As you know, Manfred and I go way back. I consider a beloved disciple of his to be like one of my own blood. If you ever want to go overseas again, you need only to ask. I can use my company's vast network to send you anywhere at any time.
So who's the old man?
He's the father of the currently kidnapped Ernst Amano. Now then, have you found Lance yet, Miles? Please, I miss my poor boy dearly. I'm terribly sorry, but your son's whereabouts remain unknown, Mr. Amano. Hold on there! Then what happened to all that money? I believe the $1 million has been stolen and the culprits are now on the run. What?
Poor old man. Don't have anything you could give him to cheer him up, Mr. Edgeworth?
Forgive me, Mr. Amano. I was wondering if you could please tell me the details of the kidnapping one more time. Oh, it was yesterday a call came to my house. From the receiver came the shout of my son. Help me, Daddy! I know this is tough, but please stay with me here, Mr. Amano. Oh, you don't understand. He hasn't called me Daddy in ages. It's incredibly moving. I should have recorded him saying that. We definitely should have recorded the conversation, but not for the foolish sentimentalities of an old man. Refresh memory. What kind of person is Lance Amano again? Oh, I will telling you about Lance help you get him back. Surprisingly, a lot can be deduced from a person's relationship and behavior. Very well then. Lance is my one and only son. He turned 21 this year. He's very much like me when I was his age, kind and very attractive. I'm sure women simply can't keep their hands off him. Is there anything else about him you notice of late? Now that you mention it, I haven't been able to get into contact with our butler, Oliver. Your butler? Yes, his name is Oliver Deacon. He's been with our family for years now. He gets along so well with Lance that I thought maybe he would know where my son is. Mr. Amano, could you please tell me a little more about your butler, Mr. Deacon? As a butler, he's outstanding. He even serves as Lance's personal private tutor. He took a brief leave recently, but even after it was over, I hadn't been able to reach him. Still haven't spoken to him since his leave. What about his family and friends? They said they hadn't seen him. I tried everything I could think of, Miles. Do you think this could have something to do with Lance's kidnapping? It's possible, but I can't say anything for sure quite yet. Even if the person closest to the victim has gone missing. Oliver Deacon sounds like one name I had better keep in mind. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
Let's begin our investigation. Even if Interpol agent holds you for the investigation, we can't allow ourselves to stand idly by twiddling our thumbs.
I'm with you 100%, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. I think Gumshoe pledged to stick by your side through thick and thin.
Mr. Amano, it is my fault that the culprit escaped, which is why, with your blessing, I vow to return Lance to you myself. I never heard you so passionate before, Miles. Luck to you, my boy.
Alright, well, what are you waiting for? Let's do some investigating. If you think I'm losing to you, pal, forget it.
Begin investigation. Wild West area.
So what should we learn first?
Thanks to Agent Lang, we can't leave this area. But the culprit's here only until very recently. Which means we may be able to find some clues that will tell us how they escaped.
Okay, let's get looking.
Hey, you there?
Who, me?
What are you doing goofing off in a place like this?
I wasn't goofing off. I was about to help Mr. Edgeworth kick off the investigation.
You imbecile! All precinct detectives are now under Agent Lang's direct command.
No way. I'm not working for Wolf Boy. Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do something?
I'm not exactly in a position to argue, seeing as you are a member of the police. Good! Now let's go.
No!
Boy, have I! You just got the job for someone like you.
That is exciting.
Okay.
Right, count to 10, I'm all ready to get down to some detective work.
You should go home. Your parents must be worried about you.
Oh, come on! I finally get you to be an assistant and you just try and ditch me?
I don't recall offering you the position.
You have to be so difficult. Besides, it's already too late, you know. Like I said, I've already stolen the position of assistant a while back.
You're the only one asserting that.
Well, by the time anyone notices, it's already gone. Thanks, that's the Yadagarasu way.
You shouldn't speak so lightly of the things you know nothing about.
Fine, whatever, you win. Go ahead and do your little investigation. But your talented assistant Kay is going to tag along no matter what you say.
Even if she turns out to be useless, she's not going to listen to me. Might as well surrender and let her come along for the ride. Again. Where's the punch button?
Hey, it's the Blue Badger. Badger, get.
I really don't understand why she's so excited over this badger hunt. Speaking of badgers, there's a person inside there. Mr. Badger, I wonder if you might share with me what you saw. He's doing that contorted, wriggling dance again.
Aha!
Ah! You've uncovered my identity, sir! I'll remain under that head, sir! Aren't you Officer Meekins? Sir! Mike Meekins reported for duty, sir! This man was a witness in one of the cases I headed 2 years ago. But the only thing I remember about this officer is that he often spoke and acted before he fought, which gave me a great deal of headaches.
Is he a friend of yours, Mr. Edgeworth?
I've met him in the courtroom once before. Why was he so upset when I asked him? Does he have something to hide? Officer Meekins, why are you standing here wasting time?
Sir! Because I'm not the police officer, right? I saw in the Blue Badger. And I'm granting your memories and dreams for the kids. There's never waste of time, sir. I have a dream to become as big as a detective capture, sir. I was patrolling and strolling for a beat until a while ago. But when the dispatch radio stroller crackled on the kidnappers had escaped, sir, I thought maybe it was my shot at making the detective, sir. I rushed over to join in, but when I got there was a sea of people already. And I couldn't spread my trademark of friendliness or the joy out anymore.
It seems that some people never change. So why exactly are you in that ridiculous outfit?
Sir! That's because, sir, I'm here to keep the visitors in good spirits, sir. And that's also to hide the fact that I'm an officer of the trial of the kidnappers, sir.
I see. Agent Lang is very wise to employ this sort of diversionary tactics.
To be handed the role of the Blue Badger out of all the different disguises, sir. It's such an honor.
How long have you been standing here, officer?
Sir! For about a little over an hour, sir.
That's around the time I woke up from being knocked unconscious.
And I've been here ever since, sir.
That's true, then it's possible Officer Meekins saw the kidnappers escaping.
However, I must tell you I didn't see a thing, sir.
I haven't asked you anything yet, officer.
No. But I know you will, sir.
He's hiding something from me. Officer Meekins, I insist that you tell me more about your recent movements.
Sir, I've been playing the Blue Badger this whole time, sir. I'm getting into it, sir. I patrolled the park while I was wearing the costume. And about an hour ago, I came over here, sir. I haven't seen any suspicious looking people in this whole time, sir. But I did see a badger, sir. A little Blue Badger.
You said just now is contradictory to the facts.
So, Mr. Edgeworth.
This is what Officer Meekins' testimony contradicts. The fact that it's only supposed to be one, yeah.
Take that!
Officer Meekins, let's back things up. I'd like to ask you about your last statement.
Sir, of course, sir. If that's your wish, prosecutor. Just a little bullet through and I'll wait as long as I can to get ready to wait.
You said that you saw a Blue Badger, correct? And yet, if you take a look at this, what you saw was not supposed to happen. This park is supposed to only have one of each badger in it at any given time. Which means that as long as you are the Blue Badger, Officer Meekins, you shouldn't have seen another Blue Badger wandering the premises.
What, sir? Think that would mean these two Blue Badgers walking around, but why?
The costumes are kept in the isolation room. The second Blue Badger, well, it was missing. A second Blue Badger that shouldn't exist. Clearly, the true identity of the person underneath is...
Oh, I know. It's one of the kidnappers, right? The person who wore a costume to get away.
Precisely. After all the costumes that went missing from the storage area are...
A Blue Badger, a Proto Badger, and a Bad Badger.
Yes, those three.
So there are 3 phony badgers running around the park somewhere, huh?
Really? Okay. Oh, I've already talked all I can with him. I want to talk to the cat.
Heh, I get you now, you vile criminals.
I think the kidnappers would have a better sense than trying to hide in these.
Oh, come on, Nightnap, will ya? I was only joking. I don't really think the criminals would be hiding there in front of two officers.
Certainly hope not. Also, the pins on this garage door.
They look so lifelike, don't you think?
Are you thinking of wrangling, or rather stealing them?
If you can coax them out, that's for sure. Come on, I know you sweet talk about.
I could be holding a cube of sugar in my hand and he wouldn't budge, okay? Present the fact that the costumes were stolen.
Sir, I'm undercover as the Blue Badge and sir. I must pretend to not know anything about anything, sir.
You mustn't respond to that. It would be like shooting a fish in a barrel. Fair enough. Okay, so he's not gonna tell me nothing. It's a set of tracks originated from the garage.
Aha, so that means the car left from the garage at some point, right?
Correct, but for a car to leave these tracks, it would mean that they left during the passing of the rain. The only explanation as to why these tracks are made of mud. 3 threads. I think I can also safely assume it's a special type of car. Ah. Why did I not get logic from that? So I can't do logic because I only have 1 piece of logic. I'm guessing. Oh, cactus.
Look, there's a baby bed cactus here. This cactus is very gracious gift from Gatewater Land from the local police precinct.
Can't believe the police went so far as to donate a cactus to this place.
Is the police around attacking a cactus farm on the side? Just kidding, they wouldn't do something so silly.
Actually, I have the vague impression I've seen a cactus farm at the precinct before.
If these were real, I wonder what you put on them.
Water would be the obvious answer.
But if you start boiling a bear under the blazing hot sun, wouldn't it go bad?
People of that period probably didn't care about how it tasted.
Sorry, but I can't get you laid in the lane of making fun of our forefathers. I mean, maybe they really like this strange taste.
Look who's making fun of them now.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, isn't that one of those things that the tie horses to?
Yes, although the horses are in another location at the moment.
Ah, I was hoping I would get to ride one.
You know how to ride a horse?
Nope, never rode one in my life. But I have an Asian friend who was born in the year of the horse.
Non sequitur is the only way to describe your logic. Okay, I think I've investigated everything, so I'm guessing talk to Kay.
Yes?
Okay, what do you think about the kidnapping?
Well, I don't know anything about the victim. So actually, I was hoping you could tell me.
That's right. I never did explain the situation to you. I got involved because of a phone call I received. It was from none other than the director of Amano Group, Mr. Ernst Amano. His only son, Lance, had been kidnapped and he wanted me to be the drop-off man. Little did I suspect I would be abducted myself.
And that's when I found you tied to a pole screaming, "Meow!"
Can you please drop that already?
Looks like that you never thief a foot.
Only if we assume that this is not your handiwork.
Are you kidding? You know the Blue Badge is the enemy #1 to me. Can you imagine me ever being as good terms with that thing?
Actually, it's surprisingly easy. I'm guessing I can show you this. I pressed the wrong button, my friend. I pressed it twice. Whoopsie daisy. God damn it. Just what sort of operation is this that would allow their valuables to be stolen? It's a disgrace the way businesses are run everywhere. Well, thieves by nature generally tend to target these types. Stealing is an abnormal behavior, don't you agree, little miss?
Yeah, the worst.
I'm going to have to add hypocrite to the list of things you are, missy. So I can't get anything out of you because you're pretending to be stupid. Or maybe you just are. Anyways. So I investigated everything. There's no logic. Because I only have one piece of logic and I cannot put one and one together. This is my evidence. So it must be talking to someone. But it's none of these people. It's probably Meekins. But he said that he doesn't want evidence because he's supposed to be stupid. Yeah, I'm undercover the badger. I must pretend I don't know anything.
So, it's so really shady, but it is really ugly shade. I knew it. I was ready to go for a much more manly police badge, sir. But I lose that a lot. I just know I'm going to lose it for a real one, though, sir.
Mr. Edgeworth, I think this club is one donut short of a baker's dozen.
I know, believe me, I know.
Trip drop a little price is being sold off to the public for sir. But that means I need to work extra hard for my cute poses.
Oh, like what?
Like this!
Great! Now I know what your new pose will be. Look, sir, I've successfully stolen this pose and I'm speaking style, sir.
It's nice, okay? Yeah, I'm not getting anything out of this guy. Curious.
What am I supposed to do?
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is where we pull out the guide. So every stream I have had to pull out the guide, I'm pretty sure once. Or perhaps... I think on the first stream I had to pull it out twice. Now then... Episode 3, The Kidnapped Turnabout, Investigations Phase 2. I missed something. Footprint.
Hey, there's a bunch of footprints in the meadow over there.
I remember hearing rain fall out when I was being held in there.
Yep, it's just passing rain. That's why the ground has already pretty much dried up.
I should be thankful. It left us with some nice footprint samples.
You know what? I bet if we follow them, we can find out where the kidnapper went. Plus, we'd be able to spot them because of their muddy shoes.
I don't think it will be that easy.
Why not?
Look carefully. There are quite a few different sets here. And we don't know which ones belong to the kidnappers.
Oh, that's true. We don't know what kind of shoes they were wearing.
And now I should have everything. If we don't know what kind of shoes they were wearing, they were obviously wearing blue badger shoes because they were costumed at the time. And there we go. Now that we know that the kidnappers were wearing badger costumes, those footprints from earlier take on a new, very significant meaning.
Oh, you mean how we... now we know which tracks belong to the kidnappers, right?
Yes, more than the shoe prints, we need to follow the paw prints of the badger.
Okay, Miss Edgeworth, it's time to use these footprints and go to the badger hunting. So we're looking for footprints made by the costume. Hey, I think I found them. There are 2 sets here.
They both look like possible candidates.
This set is walking off to the west. Yeah, it just stops. I can't make any heads or tails of where it's headed from here.
I think we can assume it's headed towards the stadium.
I wonder where the other set leads. This one seems to be headed east. Huh? Quick, Miss Edgeworth, I've got him! I've got one of the culprits!
Oh, I don't know! I'm not a kidnapper, sir!
Down, Kay. Clearly none of those footprints belong to Mr. Meekins. Clearly those footprints belong to Officer Meekins. The criminals were each wearing a costume.
Maybe they came over to his garage or something.
That's what I would suppose. Officer Meekins, if you would please step aside for a moment. We need to examine the garage.
Sir, Roger Wilkins, sir!
Let's open the shutter and see what we find.
Maybe we'll find the kidnappers hiding inside.
Ah!
What the? We seem to have stumbled across a dead body. She must be in severe shock to have been the first to find it. Now then, who is this man? It's Oliver! Mr. Armano, are you saying this man is... Yes, he's my butler! How could something like this have happened? Indeed. And why was Mr. Deacon here to begin with? I'd better investigate the crime scene quickly before Agent Lang or his men return. The kidnapper's footprints lead right here to this garage. And right to a dead body. Is it possible that one of the kidnappers is now a murderer victim? From my cursory examination, I believe this man died on a fatal bullet wound.
You are calm for someone who just found a dead body.
Surprising what one can become accustomed to in a span of 2 days. Won't rest until I've expected a fuck you. So obviously bullet wound. As long as our Interpol actually has control of this case, I'm not going to be able to have the real autopsy done to the victim. I'm no doctor, let's see what I can piece together myself. There are 2 gunshot wounds, one on his abdomen and one on his shoulder.
So that means he was shot twice?
No, I don't think so. I think the abdominal one is the entry wound and the one near his shoulder is the exit wound.
Nice, I knew you could figure it out.
It comes with experience. I've seen my fair share of crime scenes. Speaking of experience, this crime scene seems a bit too clean for a murder crime where the bullet went clean through. Should make note of that oddity. This is an unusually shaped pendant.
What is it? Is it something valuable?
She seems to have regained some of her composure.
It looks like a horse pendant. It's got an antique feel about it. It's really pretty. Hold on, this is made of platinum and silver. Nice, it is worth something after all. Oh, and look, there's something written on the back. Colin DeVore. It's a name.
Colin DeVore. But this man's name is... Am I really supposed to do this? Hey, wait a minute. This doesn't seem right. This man's name isn't Colin DeVore. This is Oliver Deacon. Really? That's so fucking stupid. There's something not right about the name on the pendant. The victim is a Mano family butler and his name is Oliver Deacon. The name on the pendant is Colin DeVore.
I wonder what's up with that.
I don't know, but I think we've hit upon an important piece of information. Investigation complete. Lance, where are you, sweetie? Oh no. Lance, where are you, sweetie? Excuse me, but you are? Oh, this is bad. He's really good looking. Oh, stop it, Lauren. I can't let you suffer for a playboy like him. You're in love with...
Sounds like someone doesn't know the meaning of the phrase in a monologue, huh?
Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but you'll be a friend of Lance. Yes, I'm Lance's girlfriend. My name is Lauren Potts. His girlfriend? Oh, it's not like that. We're more like friends in town, not lovers or anything. Oh, we haven't gotten that far yet. But I guess that's how people are going to see it, so I should just accept it. I even got his ring as a present from Lance. Oh.
You know what she reminds me of? A cartoon character.
May I inquire as to why you are here? I haven't been able to get in contact with Lance lately, and I began to really be worried. I looked everywhere for him, and I heard of a kidnapping, so I came here.
Wow, you're really strong for having made it through all this by yourself.
Is it true? Has Lance really been kidnapped? No one's supposed to know, but yes, it's true. Oh, Lance! Can't believe you've been spirited away. I wonder how long you're doing right now.
Looks like she's gone back to the fair maiden love routine. So, Mr. Edgeworth, where do we go from here?
Well, we found a body, so we should look into the murder.
My man brought me up to speed on the radio, and I have to say you really should have called. I heard you found something very intriguing.
I have nothing to hide, Agent Lang. It's exactly what you see before you.
I take it from here. Yeah, that guy's really dead. You waiting for an invitation? Hurry up and detain the suspect now.
Suspect? Who?
Officer Meekins, is it? You're coming with us.
What? Sir? I have nothing to do with it, sir! Agent Lang, don't you think you're being a bit rash? Don't you even have a good reason to suspect Officer Meekins?
Ha! Leave that kind of stuff to the prosecutors. It's your job after all. Like I said earlier, the crime scene isn't as forgiving as your precious courtroom.
That's your answer.
I know you like your logic and reasoning, but that sort of impractical fluff is not needed here in the field. All you have to do is arrest the suspicious person after the suspicious person. That's how you eliminate the crime scene from the streets.
That's also precisely how you unnecessarily arrest innocent people by mistake.
Innocent people? Nonsense! There's no such thing as an innocent person. We've all got blemish or two in our hearts.
It's tyranny. I won't allow such a thing to go on unchecked before my eyes.
Too bad you don't call the shots around here.
As I have sworn to uphold the laws of this land, I cannot allow you to take this man in. And that you would arrest a man on false charges without even conducting an investigation. Have you no honor as a member of law enforcement?
You— How dare you speak so disrespectfully, you are sheeple! Hold it! You amuse me, Mr. Prosecutor. Like she says, every pack has its own rules. If you can play by their rules and come out on top, that is the true victory. Alright, I'll give you your beloved loss a fair shake. I'll show you just how much investigating I've done. Through my line of logic.
She long legs logic.
I've seen a lot of bodies like the one being counted off my time. I say he was shot in a single glance. Don't even figure that much out, right? With your current gun laws, it's not exactly easy to get your hands on a gun. Not unless you're a member of law enforcement like Officer Meekins, isn't that right?
Is this your reasoning?
Solid as a rock. Based on the philosophy of detainment.
What's your philosophy on detainment?
Ha! You don't know. In that case, pay attention, girlie. In the country, the criminals have a saying, beware the wolf.
Why the wolf?
Because in my language, lang meets wolf, and you don't mess with me or my pack. And as for the detainment philosophy, its father is my honorable ancestor Lang Ji.
You'd think you'd heard of him, since his teaching is that famous.
Lang Ji developed it as he worked to lock criminals away thousands of years ago. To this day, Zhangfa police still trains its recruits using his philosophies.
Like thousands of years ago? That makes your story about as believable as a fairy tale.
Anything wears down and breaks over time. You really believe something as ancient as that can be applied to today's world?
You wanna put it to a test?
Rebuttal! A lot of bodies like this I can say he was shot in a single glance, but even you figured out that much right. With your current gun laws, it's not exactly easy to get your hands on a gun, not unless you're a member of law enforcement like Officer Meekins, ain't that right? I've seen a lot of bodies like this and carted over in my time.
Hold it!
So what can you tell me about the body?
A lot. Even without an autopsy, I have my ways. They teach you the basics of forensics along with the detention philosophy.
Oh? So you wouldn't mind telling me a little of what you figured out, correct?
Hold it!
Yes, I think anyone who saw the bullet wounds would come to the same conclusion.
Yeah, don't pat yourself on the back yet.
What's that supposed to mean?
Lang Ji says, search where the water is deepest. You have to keep your eyes on the big fish that lurks in the depths, which is the killer.
Isn't that right? And what would you think about the killer?
Hold it!
It would appear you've studied a little of our laws.
Studied? Who needs to study every child on a sea corner already knows? Is that Sheila?
The Federal Firearms Restriction Act.
That's it, the Federal Firearms Restriction Act. It's not easy to get a gun these days.
Interesting. That woman is the one in charge of keeping track of the information.
Not unless you're a member of law enforcement like Officer Meekins in there, right?
Hold it!
If that's the case, there are plenty of other officers who might be potential suspects. You're not seriously going to arrest each and every one of them, are you?
As if I need to. I've already looked into everyone else here.
Oh?
Other than Officer Meekins, I know no one else's weapon has been fired.
How did you check every single person's weapon in such a short span of time?
That's because each and every one of my subordinates is extremely capable. It didn't take more than a few minutes to conduct this entire investigation.
The power of sheer numbers. But you have yet to check Officer Meekins' weapon, correct?
Thanks for reminding me. Hey, you, show me your gun.
What's wrong? Why does he look so sickly pale all of a sudden?
Gun. What'd you say? Can't hear you. Stop mumbling and spit it out already.
Sir.
I lost my gun, sir!
How could you be so irresponsible?
In the end, it looks like you're still the only suspect we got. You're the only one waited here outside the garage and ambush and kill the victim.
So your dad's Officer Meekins waited here to kill the victim, do you, Lang? I think it's a little accusation deserves a lot more scrutiny.
Officer Meekins ambushed the victim in the garage and killed him here with his gun.
That's incorrect. Because of the crime scene. The crime scene isn't bloody enough for that to be the case. Present.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Agent Lang, that is simply not possible.
What do you mean?
You've seen the crime scene for yourself. And while you were looking, you did not think yourself that it was a little too clean.
Yeah.
So you did notice that there was too little blood. You still wish to claim that Officer Meekins committed the murder here? Because this isn't a crime scene, if it was your men who led you to think it was. Then I suggest you leave the case to the local police and set the record straight.
Not bad. I see your logic can be just as sound as mine. In that case, let me ask you this. Don't you think it's weird that officer was hanging out around here in your first place?
Weird? How so?
Hey, you! The squad's not even supposed to be in this area, right? What were you doing making your deals and loafing around here? Don't you dare give me some lame excuse like I found myself taking a walk.
But sir, I really did take a walk, sir!
It's Chris, how dare you take a pack of obligation so lightly?
Officer Meekins is looking extra meek. Is he hiding something?
Mr. Edgeworth, please, sir! Save me the way you did earlier, please, sir!
Officer Meekins, please give us a detailed account of what happened.
Sir, not you too!
Meekins' testimony.
It's true, sir! I wasn't assigned to this area, sir! I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area, sir! I also went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams in the Blue Badger mobile, sir! But I got completely caught up in my role selling dreams to the children, sir! Before I knew it, I found myself here in this area, sir!
Chinese man has a broken heritage now. Good point. What is this Blue Badger mobile?
It's a moving store on wheels that sells sweet dreams and merchandise, sir!
Is that a Blue Badger mobile just a Roman souvenir shop?
Sir, that's why I was chasing the kidnappers down while I was being a good dream machine merchant!
Seems rather worked up. Even more than his usual hyperactive self.
He sure seems to know what he's saying.
Then you try to calm down and lower your voice to a more reasonable level, officer.
Sir! Roger that!
Meekins' testimony rebuttal. He talked a lot. It's true that I wasn't assigned to the area, sir. I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area, sir. I also went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams in the Blue Badger costume, sir. But I quickly got up on the road selling dreams to the children, sir. I guess I have to press. Or maybe not. If I knew it, I found myself in this area, sir. Okay. It sounds like you simply forgot about his real job and became a Blue Badger. However, there's one flaw in Officer Meekins' story, but I have the feeling he'll need some prodding before you spill the beans. Okay, that's the chest for press.
Hold it!
Alright then, where were you assigned to?
I was assigned to the main gate, sir!
You must mean the area with the bridge and the outrageous fountain.
Okay, then why are you here in the Wild West area?
That's because there was a very deep reason, ma'am! Hold it!
Describe for me how you conducted your investigation.
Yes, sir! Well, first time it showed there was no suspicious looking people in the area, sir! But the only people that seemed to gather around me were little girls, sir!
Well, he did expect you when you were dressed like the Blue Badger.
I thought I had no choice at that point, sir, so... Hold it!
What exactly do you mean by selling dreams?
Sir! The Blue Badger mobile is where the dreams are being collected!
What?
Sweetness like you've never known except in the dreams, ma'am, like innocent drops. The bitterness felt only in nightmares, ma'am, like a guilty jack straw, jawbreakers. Selling those, I pushed the Blue Badger mobile along my sworn duty, ma'am! Hold it!
You completely forgot to look at the kidnappers.
No, sir! Of course not, sir! I would never have forgotten something like that, sir! absolutely right!
Wow, you're good at exposing people to invest in your Edgeworth.
To be frank, you're just a little man, sir. I'm better at selling kids in a few small dreams than looking at a big crook, sir.
Enough wallowing in your own self-pity. Let's return to your testimony.
Yes, sir! Before I knew it, I found myself here in this area, sir.
I forgot, I didn't press. God damn it.
Hold it!
How did you wind up all the way out here?
I was in the middle of a sea of kids, sir. But one of the kids decided to challenge me to a fight, sir. I had to run away from the child's painful dropkicks, and before I knew it...
The good old dropkick. I dished out a fair share of those when I was a kid. And it's always the best when it felt like you really connected with the opponent.
When you were kids. I don't have a profile of you? Oh, there you go. 17. You're still a kid. Shut up. Anyway. In any case, you are up here for a reason completely unrelated to the investigation.
Sir! That's right, sir!
It's not something you should admit to with your own head held high, officer. So you simply forgot about your job. Yes. Okay, so there must be... It's true, sir. I was assigned to this area. I was told to check every sketch of the main gate. Also went looking for the kidnappers. What's... selling dreams in the... Wait a minute. Now, hold on. He didn't. Was parked in the Wild West area garage.
Objection!
Officer Meekins, I would appreciate if you didn't tell such transparent lies.
Sir, I'm lying, sir!
Yes, you are. If you're really out there selling dreams with a blue Badger-mobile until recently, then what is it doing here inside the garage?
Oh! Actually, I had just lost track, sir.
Lost track of what?
By the time I realized the blue Badger-mobile was nowhere to be found, sir.
Which would mean it was perhaps stolen?
And that's when I came back to this area thinking that maybe it was in the garage, sir. But then I found me, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
A likely story. But how do you fingers go on to buy such a convenient tale as that?
What exactly is so convenient about a story?
The car getting stolen is completely unbelievable even for a coward story. But I think I can assume the car was being used, alright? To move the dead body.
What?
We killed the victim at some distant location, Officer Meekins. And then you used the blue Badger-mobile to transport it all the way here. Now then, you're coming with me.
But it was me, sir, the killer, sir! It was me, sir!
Agent Lang, wait!
Huh? What do you want now?
We still don't know where the real scene of the crime is. You can't say we know all the facts of the case and let alone the truth.
I told you, truth's much I couldn't care less. Our job is to catch the crook. You find out your precious truth after you arrest the guy and take him in. That's the job of your prosecutors in the fancy courts of your logic. As for us, we don't need that kind of time to waste.
You boorish buffoon.
I think you need to leave.
What?
Hey, get him out of the autopsy, and the guy really getting in the way.
You would interfere with another one of my investigations.
Hey, now let's not forget who's the actual authority to conduct investigations here.
Huh?
I'm afraid the one doing the interrupting is you, American little pretty boy. Now be a good fancy boy and get out of my sight, or you don't. I asked you for obstruction of justice.
Right now. March 13th, 1:22 p.m. Gate with a land, main gate. Oh, trace of a pair of peasants.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, okay.
there's something even thieves should never steal. Do you know what that is?
You really shouldn't steal anything. However, I'll bite. What should the thief steal?
A life. That's too heavy burden on your soul to get away with if ever.
That's something we can agree on. Well said, Kay. No matter what we may try, murder is the one crime that can never truly be hidden. And I intend to prove it by my own hands. When I apprehend the murderer myself.
I'm going to work extra hard to be a good assistant. Let's go.
Still never said you could be my assistant. I'm just gonna drop the issue. The first thing we should do is locate the real scene of the murder.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Detective Gumshoe.
Mr. Edgeworth, the stadium. Hey, sir. It's supposed to be a hush-hush, but they found a witness at the stadium.
A witness. Oh, why didn't you tell me about leaving your assigned post?
Check this out. Mr. Edgeworth, remember that I'm always rooting for you, so go get him, sir.
Those detectives sure look like they're enjoying themselves.
It's not all fun and games, okay? Now then, let's head to the stadium and meet with the witness. March 13th, 1:42 p.m. Stadium. I thought there was a witness here.
Yeah, I don't see anyone.
Was it? What was it? Oh, I remember now.
Science! 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 Mr. Edgeworth! Long time no see!
You are Miss Emma Skye, correct? This girl is the younger sister of my former superior, Lana Skye. 2 years ago, we stood in the same courtroom together as witness and prosecutor. But I thought she had gone to Europe to study forensics.
I can't believe you remember me, Mr. Edgeworth.
Of course I do. How have you been? You look to be in a good spirit. Are you still studying abroad?
You bet! More than anything, I want to investigate crime scene scientifically. I've been studying non-stop every day to become a top-notch forensic scientist. But it's spring break now, so I thought I'd come back for a bit.
I see. I almost didn't recognize you. You've really grown in these past few years.
Please don't tease me, Mr. Edgeworth. I know I still have a long way to go. But I'm going to be a super forensic scientist someday, you'll see.
You seem to know Mr. Edgeworth really well. Are you two acquaintances?
Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Emma Skye. Nice to meet you. I'm studying abroad to become a forensic scientist. How about you?
Wow, that's a great dream. My name's Kate Faraday, and I'm training to become an unstoppable great thief.
A great thief?
Don't think too hard on it, Emma. It's not worth the trouble. In any case, we have much to catch up on.
You bet we do.
So why are you here, Emma?
Well, I just happened to decide to come back home for spring break, and then I heard that you'd come back too, so I raced over here. I really had wanted to welcome you back at the airport, I just missed you.
How exactly did you know I was here?
Through the power of science, naturally. Never underestimate what science can do for you. I used these to track your footprints, and I followed them straight to you. This set is the greatest, so wonderfully scientific. You spray the chemicals on the ground, and when you shine the light on it, zing! The footprints light up like an electrified noble glass in a glass tube. It's almost like magic, scientifically speaking.
Forensic science has never seemed more ominous to me than at this very moment. Emma, I'd like to ask you about what you witnessed.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Are you not the witness Detective Gumshoe told us about?
Well, I did get a call from Detective Gumshoe earlier. He was practically yelling at me. Mr. Edgeworth needs your scientific doohickeys to right now, pal, he said.
What was that man thinking? Or rather, not thinking?
So let me guess, there's been a murder, right?
Yes, unfortunately. Sudden glint in the eye. But I need to keep my mind focused on the witness. Now, where did that person go? Hold on. Just... Okay, I don't think I have anything to show her. I assume this is not another Badger-mobile.
Yeah, it's a different color than the Badger's car.
Yes, this is a retina searing pink model. What's that off in the distance?
Oh, hey, it's the pink Badger. Badger, get!
Badger, 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 Badger. Just what does she see in those silly things?
I think this Badger has something to say to you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Are you by chance the witness I've been searching for? Sorry, but I don't speak Badger dance.
Oh, I can't take me into the same stuff you do! You're... No, why here, why now?
First met this woman 3 years ago. She was a witness in one of my cases. She has since gone out of her way to pop up unexpectedly and caused me great grief.
Edgeworth! Why couldn't you understand it? I was trying to tell you. I mean, really? I was trying so hard to keep the cream's critical life by staying in character, but you couldn't pick up on what I was trying to convey to you. I'm sick and tired of the roundabout way of talking, so I'm just going to be alright.
Not a bad feeling before, but this just made it official. Today has gone beyond the typical not my day into the realm of waking nightmare.
So you're the friend Mr. Edgeworth too, Miss Pink Badger?
You could say that, but right now I'm the Pink Badger, dearie.
She may look the part, but I know better than to trust my eyes around this woman.
My name is Wendy Oldback, but you can call me Wendy or Granny or whatever suits your fancy.
Nice to meet you, Miss Oldback. I'm Kay Faraday.
What do I care about a young woman whippersnapper like you?
Eesh, I was just trying to be polite.
Weren't you a security guard at one of the Gatewater hotels last time we met?
I go where I'm needed. I'm very good at what I do, unlike the youth of today. I'll get caught all the time and filled in without under enough hands. But enough about me, Edgeworth. I'm fairly dejected right now. I think I can take the chances you again and hear you are talking with young adult girls. Men are all the same. They don't matter how old you are. Young girls, why don't you try to happen to it? Do not just mean why don't you go to any different matters? I just heard all. I just remember.
You seem you're attracted to all sorts of interesting people, Mr. Edgeworth.
Okay, please, I'm begging you, by all means, do not provoke her any further.
Aren't you forgetting about something, Mr. Edgeworth? This person could be the witness.
Honestly, I hope she isn't. I don't think that's where he's going to be kind today.
I saw what happened. Even saw the exact moment it happened. How's that?
So it's true, she's the witness.
I suppose I can afford to ignore the old bag.
Yes, it was just a little while ago. I saw it happen right in front of me. The moment of the murder.
You mean to say that you witnessed someone being killed right before your eyes?
Sounds like a pretty important piece of testimony to me.
What old bag witness?
I came to the stadium to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot, and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you.
Looks like you hit the jetpack, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, and I can't afford to ignore what she has to say. Unfortunately.
What's with that? Unfortunately, you tried to the end is supposed to be next to it.
Well, anyway, let's see if you can find out from this little old lady.
Rebuttal! In the stadium, suddenly there was a loud gunshot and the person who was shot suddenly fell to the ground. Happened to glance over and saw two men facing each other. Came to the stadium to take a short break. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you. Tell me more about the gunshot. You're claiming to have seen the exact moment in which the murder took place.
Absolutely, the gun made a terrible racket when it was fired.
You didn't try to help the person that got shot?
I'm only one person, you smarty, ugly brat! What could I have done? I took off as soon as I could to find someone who would help.
Hold it!
Don't you have anything to say to me?
No, not especially.
You're so cold, Edgeworth. But that is exactly what I like about you.
You sure are one tough cookie. One part unshakable and the other part scary.
What's the smart mouth of your son, Missy? I just finish it hot!
Tell this is an important piece of testimony, but she's rather vague in a few spots. I suppose that means I'm going to have to talk her. I'll have to prefer some more.
Hold it!
You mean you took a break from being the Pink Badger?
You may not think it, but it's hard work even to keep dreams alive. You smell of sweat, your hips creak with pain. You have begun to dream about work.
That's the kind of story that would scar a child the rest of your life, you know?
Well, that's why I chose to come here to make a snapper. You don't plan on playing the bottle dance badger in front of a bunch of kids.
So, what did you see while you, the Pink Badger, were resting?
Oh, yes, that's well.
Hold it!
You saw the two men. Could you describe them for me?
They looked like your average Jews, completely uninteresting and not worthy fawning over. Other than telling you they were boring, I don't even remember much beyond that.
But did you have any special features? Anything you would recall would be very helpful.
Oh my, don't tell me you're jealous of those two men.
Hey, she's right. You do seem pretty worked up over them, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm not worked up over anyone. I'm not jealous.
It's all right, Archie, but us two were just fowls compared to a stallion like you. I thought I'd little of them when I lost interest the instant I laid eyes on them.
Two men, one bullet. It's all consistent with what we found from the body. Sadly, there wasn't exactly a lot of new information to go on in your testimony.
Well, if I saw the guy again, I'm sure I could identify him for you. I mean, how exactly do I expect to remember anything or something jogged to my memory?
So you sent it on me?
While it was somewhat useful, your testimony also presents us with a new problem.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes?
So, about this new problem.
What is that giant grin on your face for?
You want me to show something really nice?
No, thank you.
Don't be so mean. I swear it's something you're going to like.
What is this gadget you're holding?
Yes. What you see before you is a secret weapon of a great thief.
Oh, I should have known it would be worthless.
Hey, don't be like that. Ahem. What do you think now?
What is it doing? It's projecting something onto the air.
I'm going to input the necessary information to run the simulation now. Once I'm done, I'll increase the size of the projection to its maximum size. Dark skies of evening when no other birds take to wing. One alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood.
What is this?
This is a recreation of the murder based on the info encoded into Little Thief.
Little thief. Dare I say you're taking the Robin Hood thing a bit too far.
Little Thief's actually meant to be a simulator for me to plan my thefts. But I suppose if it's used like this... Let's see, Miss Oldbeck said there were two men facing each other, and then a gunshot rang out and the victim fell to the ground. Oh.
Ah, so with this, we can expect a crime scene as it was in the past.
See? So what do you think?
I have to say, I'm impressed by the technology you've access to these days.
Well, it is the restricted cabinet of the mighty Edgeworth.
Indeed.
Oh, but if it wasn't enough information or if something is out of place, the recreation could come out a little strange.
In other words, I can use this to authenticate the validity of a witness's testimony.
You got it. You really can't catch it. You really catch on quick, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right now, the simulation is a recreation of that witness's testimony. So for now, I should re-examine everything. If I find everything illogical or strange, I can ask for clarification.
Feel free to examine anything in the simulation to the way you always do, and even present evidence when you find a contradiction. And if you find something, I've got Little Thief with me, so you just let me know, okay?
Begin investigation. Stay in. According to the testimony, the victim fell to the ground here.
That's right, but...
If that's the case, then we've already found the first contradiction.
Huh? What? Where?
If this is the real scene of the crime, then something's missing that should be here. Which piece of evidence shows the missing item? Item? Missing? That's a good question. Head? No. I mean, he was shot in the abdomen, and it came out of his shoulder. That's the point where I'm at. But like, which piece of evidence shows the missing item? So I'm guessing that he should have had a badger's head on. Take that! Okay, never mind. The missing item. The fuck you mean item? I'm guessing. Take that! Okay. This is the contradiction.
Is something wrong with my recreation?
If this is the real scene of the crime, something specific should be here. If you think back, how did we deduce that the other crime scene was not the real one? Our blood.
Oh, I get what's missing now. There's no blood on the ground here, right?
Right. The fact that there is no blood here casts doubt on the witness's testimony.
Hey, Jippo, how can you doubt me like that? Are you calling me a liar? I know what I saw the victim get shot down.
You know, I don't think she's lying, Mr. Edgeworth.
To be honest, I can't think of a reason why she would lie to me. In that case, maybe there is another explanation for the distinct lack of blood. I think they were just standing there. Hold on a fucking sec. Droop Grammary? Is that a Droop Grammary in the background? Huh. Looks like they broke the stage down.
Yesterday's mainly done for the day. Or maybe it's because of a different show schedule to start run tomorrow.
That's a silhouette of the killer with his gun at the ready. Okay, is it not possible to recreate the face of the killer?
I can't exactly input what we don't know into Little Thief.
Which is a point. I'm guessing logic then. Victim was kidnapper. Stage was packed up. Why is there no blood? Stage was packed up. I'm just thinking that it's he was shot on the stage because it was packed out. Okay. Never mind. I got this. And talk to them. It's gotta be logic. There's no blood because the victim is a kidnapper. What? Curious, George. I can't move there. I've already gotten this. I'm very confused. So I have all of this. So it's gotta be logic. Why is there no blood? Because the victim was a kidnapper. That doesn't make any sense. Stage was packed up. I'm just gonna reanalyze this. Maybe I should talk to Kay? So you believe that this gadget will provide us with the proof we need?
Yeah, of course. We need that. By inputting info like this, we can recreate the crime scene exactly as it was. Although Little Thief was originally intended to be a training sim for heists.
A training sim for thievery. I don't believe I can turn a deaf ear to that, Kay.
Bah, it's for practice. Practice. Nothing like actually stolen anything yet. Besides, we're in the middle of an investigation, so stop nitpicking.
Even if it was just practice, I can't exactly endorse the act of stealing. Although admittedly, this device is rather useful in an investigation. So how am I supposed to use this to aid my investigation?
Oh, that's right. I guess I should explain how to use it, huh? Objects outlined in yellow are things that are not present in our timeline, but were there in the past. Things outlined in the dotted line are things that don't exist now, but did in the past.
I see.
You can examine and interact with replicated people and objects as you normally do. You can even present evidence to whatever you find an inconsistency. And to be sure to point out mistakes in the recreation of evidence too.
Very well. Let's continue with your investigation.
There's something you don't get about Little Thief, you'll read ask any time, okay?
I can't exactly present evidence. Can I? So I have to do logic. The stage was packed up. The stage I saw this morning in the center has been packed up. Well, this does not fit together, as I've already tried it. Why? Why? This would be like the obvious one. There is no blood on the victim's prone body because the stage was packed up because the murder was on the stage. But I think I'm ahead of the case here. I've already tried these two. Doesn't work. Victim was a kidnapper. The stage was packed. That doesn't make any sense. I don't think I have anything for the kidnapper yet. Entry point lower right abdomen and then right shoulder. So he was shot from below. But I can't present this. I guess I could present. Oh, am I supposed to present it to K? Am I supposed to like do this? No. I mean, the obvious contradiction is that he can't be shot from the front like this because of the angle. So either the shooter was lying on the floor or the victim was standing up on something. And based on the fact that we got the logic point that the stage was packed up, that must mean that the victim was probably standing on the stage. But how do I tell the game that? That's the issue. Okay, I'm going to look at the guide because I've clearly figured it out. That would be not the confrontation. That would be the recreation. Examine the killer. Examine the stage. Yes. Open up the logic and... Why? Why? Is it not possible that the victim was wearing a costume? Just no. You would still bleed out of a costume, you idiot.
So you really think that Mr. Deacon was the one of the kidnappers?
I think we can reasonably assume that there's a very good chance that he was. And if he was shot while he was inside one of those stolen costumes...
Then Mr. Deacon's blood would be inside the costume instead of on the ground.
No! The costume is still shot! So you still bleed out of that! Just... precisely. Now if you could prove that the victim was wearing a costume...
You'd think that pretty easy if you could find some of the footprints. But the problem is finding them, since there won't be any seen anywhere around.
Footprints. I wonder how can we go about finding those. I fucking wonder where we heard the footprints thingy before.
This is amazing! Just feel the power of science!
Emma, about the method you were talking about for finding footprints.
Ah, finally my expert knowledge in forensics is needed.
Yes, well, can you detect and trace even partial footprints?
Leave it to me. My cutting-edge detection kit can find anything.
Very well. You could please analyze the footprints in this area.
Okay, stand back, and the witness's power of science at work. Hey, I found something. Look right here.
I don't see anything.
Oh, that's right. Here, put these special glasses on, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, these footprints here definitely left by a badger costume.
Judging by the way the pills are layered, those seem to be indeed the newest.
Then we can conclude the victim was definitely wearing a costume at the time.
Okay, in that case, I'll update little theme simulation parameters. I can't wait to see what we find out from this new info.
Investigation. So the victim was wearing a costume when he died?
And with that, we should be one step closer to the truth, right?
See, the recreation has changed in accordance to the new information. We may be closer now, but something else has caught my attention.
What do you want?
Your testimony, naturally. I'd like to hear it one more time, if you please.
I came to the stadium to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that arena. Suddenly there was a loud gunshot and the person who was shot fell through the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you.
So, does that mean Ms. Oldback's testimony has a contradiction in it?
Yes, and I believe our best course of action is to compare it with your recreation.
Ah, see, I just knew Little Thief would be of help. Now let's see if we can pull more info from Ms. Oldback and put on the recreation.
For that, we must first find a contradiction in her testimony. I wonder what it is. Rebuttal. House happened, and I saw two men facing each other in that area.
Hold it!
You saw two men. Can you describe them for me?
You look at your average...
Jules, that's not it. Okay, so I guess I have to do this. Present.
Objection!
Two men? How did you know the gender of the two people involved? Seeing as how the victim was wearing a costume at the time. Oh! Furthermore, I have another matter I'd like to inquire about. I'd very much like to know why you failed to mention the costume in your testimony. I'm beginning to doubt if you really witnessed the murder at all.
But I'm telling you, I really did see it. I saw it with my very own eyes. From a seat in the second tier.
The second tier?
Hey, you didn't say you saw it right in front of you earlier.
That was, you know, I was using a phrase in a metaphorical sense.
I still witnessed it as a screw loose in a metaphorical sense.
Because the seats in the second tier are reserved for the hotshot VIPs. Which is exactly why I got here now and again to take a nap.
You can't see how you could have gotten a good look from there. So high up.
Were you able to see even the victim's costume from that way up there?
Well, I know I saw two people. Couldn't really see what they looked like because they were in the stage's shadow. My eyesight isn't what it used to be, you know. It's not like I was young. The people used to say, "What a good man on a basis." I also noticed the flesh tried to make a move. It's just with the general eye of the...
Let's return to our investigation, shall we, Kay?
You got it.
So I immediately know they were in the stage's shadow, so it looks like they broke the... we already had that. What the fuck do you mean? They were in the stage's shadow. This is a clear contradiction. Anyway. This new silhouette of the victim is in a costume.
The silhouettes can change depending on the information I input. But the little thief can recreate more than just people. So investigate away. We've made find some more info of the accurate Sims.
Well, I guess I have to go in logic. And the stage was packed up, but in the shadow of the stage, that doesn't make sense together, so we're going to go ahead and try to connect that shit. If that woman's testimony is to be believed, the murder occurred before the stage was broken down.
Do you want me to input that bit of info in the little thief?
Yes, if you would, please.
Okay.
Huh? Now, there is something wrong with this. There is clearly a contradiction here. Please stop
A contradiction here.
Please stop stealing my lines.
Oh, come on. It wasn't that hard to see it coming, even for a layman like me.
I suppose, in any case, it's not possible for the killer to have stood here in that way, because there was a very real stage setup in the spot at that time.
Yeesh, I told you I got it. Do you feel the need to over-explain everything?
Yes, well, in any case, we still need to resolve this unusual situation.
It's obvious the killer was on top of the stage, naturally. Right, Miss Oldback?
Yes, I remember it now. The killer was standing on top of the stage.
See? Now let me update the info in the simulation.
So that's clearly still wrong. What the fuck do you mean investigation complete? Just let me do the thing. It's not that hard.
Well, what do we have here? A bunch of hooligans running amok, I see.
Agent Lang, I also want you to join us.
Well, I can't have you going around messing with my crime scenes.
Agent Lang, we've discovered the real scene of the murder is here at the stadium.
I see. Thanks.
For what?
I'm just trying to show you my appreciation for all the time you saved me. Who knew that in such a strange little town I could recreate a crime scene like that?
Little... What?
Little thief is not a toy.
You too.
Sir! Yeah, Drew Grammary.
And there you have it, you see? Big boys like me don't need silly toys, little girl. Now this is a recreation.
So what? You still intend to assert that Officer Meekins is the killer?
Of course. Even knowing that a crime took place here, don't let him off the hook.
Agent Lang's lot.
There's a real scene of the crime. Officer Meekins lay in wait at the victim to the top of the stage. And when the victim finally showed up, he shot him up from on high. That's the truth your little recreation showed.
How far will you go to accuse Officer Meekins of the crime?
He's the most likely suspect we got, especially given the situation with the gun.
Well, even if he is the killer, at least my recreation was on the mark.
You see? Thank you for your understanding, my little crow girl.
I'm not some common crow. I'm the Yadigan Rassi, the Raven of the Light.
Unfortunately, your conclusion has yet to be tested, so let's see how far it holds us up. Obviously it doesn't. Oh my fucking god. I wanted to say it since the goddamn start. He shot him from up high. Wrong. He has a bullet wound in his abdomen and it came out of his shoulder, you fucking dingus. I'm terribly sorry, Agent Lang. I should have warned you that our recreation is incomplete. You cut in quite unexpectedly after all.
What's that supposed to mean?
You said that the victim was shot by the killer from up high above, correct? I hate to break it to you, but that's not possible.
Huh? Why not?
Recall Mr. Deacon's body, specifically where the gunshot wounds were located.
Actually, I don't get that good of a look.
Oh, well then. The bullet entered Mr. Deacon's abdominal region and exited out of his right shoulder. This is more consistent with the angled shot from beneath of the victim.
Yeah.
Then,
Yes, our recreation had the victim being shot at the angle from above.
a clear contradiction.
You discount your own conclusion?
No, this point is the only flaw. This is what... this was the mistaken parameter in our recreation. Yes, the location of the killer and the victim were wrong.
Ah, I get it. I see what you're trying to say.
I believe the killer and the victim were standing opposite of what we initially thought. It was the victim who was on top of the stage as he was being shot by the killer. If this is what happened, I'd like to explain the position of the gunshot wound.
But then, what about the footprints?
Since the footprints don't lie, we can assume then that the killer was also wore a costume.
Okay, I'll try using that data instead.
Judging by the fact that both the killer and the victim were wearing costumes, I'd say it was a killing between the two kidnappers. That would be the most natural conclusion. Did you forget that Meekins was wearing a... Okay. Wouldn't you agree, Agent Lang?
Mr. Prosecutor. But that alone don't clear Officer Meekins out of crime.
Another bit of proof.
Unless you can have a good look at the tire marks out there. The 3 marks are indicative of the blue Badger-mobile. The story of Officer Meekins told that shop on wheels got stolen was just a lie. He drove the blue Badger here and committed the murder. Then he used the car to move the body to the garage in the Wild West area.
You believe you moved the body with the car?
That's right. So Officer Meekins himself pointed that out as the way he did.
The 3 tire thread marks are very telling. However, is the blue Badger-mobile the only thing capable of creating such a pattern? Butter! My throat is killing me. I'm gonna go ahead and get myself a bit of water, and then I'm going to continue this. Oh, I punched my microphone. Okay, okay, there we go. Okay. I'm gonna stand up. That was rather refreshing. And I'm pretty sure, while it was gone, I did figure out the crime. I mean, the lie, the confusion. 3 identity of the blue Badger-mobile. Because the blue Badger-mobile, we can see here, is standing there while the tire marks... And there's 2. There's 2 blue Badger-mobiles because one was gone and this one was there. I'm confused.
Objection!
But nevertheless, this should be wrong. Sorry, Agent Lang, but that's an impossible tale.
And why is that?
Those tire marks could not have been left by Officer Meekins or the blue Badger-mobile. Only one look at the car would have told you so. Not proof that the blue Badger-mobile had never left. Blah, blah, blah. Because the tire marks were over here. So like... because it's not dirty. There we go.
Take that!
Take a good look at the tires. There's not a single droplet of mud to be found on it. Yeah. If their car had come to the backstage area and left those tire marks, then the lack of mud on these tires stands out as very peculiar indeed.
Then how do you explain the tire marks, genius?
Hey, I got it. What about Miss Oldback's pink Badgermobile?
Don't be ridiculous! I was sleeping the entire time in the second-tier seats!
Indeed, I believe we have ruled her out as someone related to a crime. However, there is yet one more roving store, as I recall.
Oh, you mean the Proto Badger?
That's right. There was one more parking space inside that garage, and it proves the existence of a Proto Badgermobile. Agent Lang, I suggest you find this Proto Badgermobile post-haste. There must still be some sort of incriminating evidence in it.
Hey, did you hear something?
Oh. Help me.
Are you alright?
Well, this is something. Looks like we found a kidnapping victim. Where were you all this time?
Wild West with kidnappers. Is there a room next to one I was held in? Ran away using underground and got lost. The kidnappers.
What's that? Can't understand what you're trying to say.
The kidnappers escaped wearing costumes.
Hey, you see the faces of your kidnappers?
No, I didn't see their faces. But one was a woman. A woman?
Quite an important piece of testimony. Hey, what are you guys doing here? Stop standing there and get your cops on this already. I'll even let you guys have the kids just say, consider it a gift. Now you're gonna get out of my crime scene or I'm gonna have to get you off.
Ugh, again?
You're nothing but a big bully. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go.
Oh, no, not you. You're a very important witness in my case. I'm not about to let you get away that easily.
Don't count on me to testify because I won't. Not for you.
That's right! I won't either! You hear me, you young whippersnapper?
Hey, calm down. There's no need for all this hostility. I want to take a statement from each of you. I'm not gonna do rough fever on you. I'm not gonna rough fever you up. I'll give you my word. Come now, fair maidens, what do you say? We cooperate?
Fair maidens? My, you little rascal, you sure know how to wade your way into a woman's heart.
Like she says, the passage of time is but a fleeting moment, and the young lady is young forever.
Huh. Trying to outdo Miss Archie-Poe with your fancy, scummy sayings. Let's get this over with. So quickly, I'm only interested in giving you my statement.
Sure, just as soon as Mr. Prosecutor leaves us be.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Right now. Yes, shit, fuck. March 13th, 2:34 p.m. Wild West area. Looks like we got the boot again. With land safe, the focus on the investigation will shift solely on the murder.
You mean the infighting between the kidnappers?
Yes, and identify the remaining kidnapper. Miles, my boy! Tell me it's true, tell me you've really found my boy! Yes, Mr. Amano, we found him earlier in the stadium.
Then my little Lance is unhurt.
It's not exactly the picture of perfect health, but his life is not in danger. He's being questioned right now by Agent Lang.
Poor Lance! Must have been so horrible for him. Locked up in a...
Miles, my boy, I can't thank you enough. It was nothing. I'm still in shock over what happened to Oliver. But I have to say I'm relieved that Lance is alright. Now, that's right. I mustn't forget to pass this on to Lance as soon as the police are finished with him. Letter. Oh, the way Lance is being chased after by women reminds me of someone I know. Almost can't believe he received yet another love letter, you know. You take a look for yourself. Isn't this a breach of confidentiality? It's a very simple love letter.
Oh, let me see. That's really weird. It's from a loan company, Tender Lender. Looks like more of a collection bill to me.
Oh. Oh, Viola, I didn't read that. Oh, that's not love letter. Oh. Oh no. Oh no, not the tiger. Oh, he's not the Tender Lender anymore, I guess. She's gonna put something in your tea. Oh. I remember now. The motherfucker kidnapped himself. For the 1 million. He borrowed $1 million from Tender Linda, and now I get it. I get it now.
He loves me. He loves me now. He loves me. He loves me now. Oh, that's the 12th one. Oh, you can't give up, Lauren. Just one more try.
Excuse me, but I can't help but feel a bit sorry for all the flowers you've gone through.
I suppose if they were me, then...
I believe you said that you're Lance's girlfriend when we first met, correct?
Yes, I am, but... Oh, it's not like we both think of each other as lovers. But he did give me his ring, so I guess we're not just friends either. I mean, because this isn't any ordinary ring. It tastes so sweet when you lick it. Oh, that's so wonderful.
You mean to tell me that he gave you a lollipop ring?
So which is it? Have you guys not decided if you're going out or is it just one-sided?
No. Decided. Shouldn't the parties involved naturally just know?
My father used to work for Mr. Romano, and so Lance and I grew up together. I said it out loud.
Don't see how that's anything to be embarrassed about. So your father was an employee of the Romano Group. What did he do?
I heard his job was to fly around the world on Pegasus.
Pegasus?
Oh, Pegasus was the name of the airplane. The airplane belonged to my company.
You had me there for a second.
But now it's all changed. My father, he isn't around anymore.
Oh, I see.
About 10 years ago, he rode in Pegasus off and somewhere never returned.
Ring Pegasus to whereabouts unknown. Sounds like stuff of legends are made of.
It's been so long, I don't think I'd recognize him if we were ever to meet again.
I'm so sorry, Lauren.
I won't give in to this sadness. I have to live. Yes, Lauren, live.
About this incident?
Incident? But isn't the kidnapping already over in Edgeworth? I've been here the whole time, so I'm afraid I don't know much about the other incident.
How come you didn't know that Lance had been kidnapped?
Oh, that's because of my woman's information.
You based everything on that?
I knew everything when it comes to my Lance. It's really strange. It really must be my destiny.
Ah, she started fantasizing again. So what are you going to do now, Mr. Edgeworth?
You already established that there's a good chance that Akela is one of the other kidnappers. It's my duty to figure out who the person is. I believe there is one location that might hold a clue or two. Well, no. Yeah, I guess. This obvious location is the kidnapper's hideout.
But you're still not allowed in, remember?
Agent Lang and his men should be done with the area. Now, in that case, there's no harm in asking the officer over there to let us in. What do you have to report?
Sir, nothing unusual out of the ordinary, sir.
Have I heard such a redundancy report before? It's possible for you to let us take a look around inside.
Sir, roger, sir.
That was surprisingly easy. Are you certain? Didn't Agent Lang order you to not allow me in?
Sir, that's true, sir, but the country asked me personally to let you in, sir. I couldn't refuse a request to favor.
Wow, looks like Detective Ganshu has a following.
Furthermore, I was asked to give you this document to you, sir.
What is this? The man in the picture. Isn't it Oliver Deacon?
But the name here says Colin Devore.
Isn't that the same name as the one on the back of the pendant? It appears that Colin Devore is his real name. What's this? He was convicted in a case 10 years ago and sent to prison.
What? And what is he doing here?
Apparently he broke out of jail and just vanished. He must have become Oliver Deacon to cover up the fact that he was an escaped felon.
No, I'm not sure what's going on anymore.
Is there some sort of link between the victim's past and his current case? These police documents are rather detailed. I should take the time to give them a thorough read eventually. It's fine. Let's focus on one thing at a time, starting with the kidnapper's hideout.
Yeah, I agree. We should investigate first and then think later.
More than thinking things through, I think you should try remembering things first. Now then, if you could please unlock the door, officer.
It was locked until a while ago, sir, but since then the door's been wide open, sir.
Not sure I follow what it is you're saying. Can you explain a bit more in detail?
Sir, the door was locked round tight when we went to check the room. So then about 10 officers tried to break the door down, sir.
I see. I guess that means I get Agent Lang's leftovers. Well, let's see what we find. March 14th, 2:55 AM. Kidnappers hideout. I'm just gonna go ahead and read the dossier. Whereabouts unknown after his escape from penitentiary prison, stole a gun from a guard during his escape. We thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up. Dominant hand right, male, 5'8". I'm bigger than him. Oh, he's way more than him. That's unfortunate. Okay, so there's no reason for his crime then. Like said that. So this is where the kidnapper planned to their foul deeds.
Well, you were tied up into the room next door.
Okay, please, must have bringed it up again. Now then, down to business. There might still be some clues left in this room. Let's try to find out what we can before the kidnapper's identity. Begin investigation. Curious.
Watch out, Mr. Edgeworth!
This broken mirror probably came from the haunted house. Why is it here? Are they planning to repair it? Unused falling chairs lean against the wall in the fallen state.
Wow, whoever linked these up did it perfectly. They're not even a single hair off. I'd feel bad using these because I'd like stealing perfection away.
I suspect it's more like you wouldn't want to be the one to put them away. And also they're not perfect. What is she on about? These must be where they're disposed of old and worn-out costumes.
That's so sad.
It would seem that they throw costumes away in pieces. Well, beyond the storm.
It's where the kidnapper held you after getting the jump on you.
Must you keep reminding me?
It's the room where I got to see your awesome yow face.
Didn't need to remind me of that mortifying moment either. So this is clearly the body of the head we found. But the head is in evidence and the body is in logic, so what do you do? I didn't mean to press that button. I want to rest it. Fuck you. Key. I wonder what this key is to.
You got me.
Reminded me of the key we found in the other room.
That's it. It must be the key for one of those trapdoors.
It wasn't a trapdoor. You only call it one because you quite literally jumped into it.
Hey, but this is what you're supposed to do when you see one?
I'm not having this conversation with you. Oh, coffee is still in it. Cheap styrofoam cups.
Looks like there was only 3 cups were used.
Yeah, it was quite obviously 3 kidnappers. Folding chairs. And by the looks of it, they were probably used by the kidnappers.
There are 3 chairs sitting around the table.
I mean, can we make it more obvious? Oh shit! I punched my microphone. I mean, can we make it more obvious? 3 cups, 3 folding chairs connected. The common denominator between the cups and the folding chairs is the number of 3. Speaking of which, the number of missing costumes is also 3.
Wait, but I thought there were only 2 kidnappers.
Indeed, something isn't adding up, literally. Is it possible that there was a 3rd kidnapper that Lance didn't see? Wait, he didn't see everything? I guess not. Good map. The poster of Gatewater Land stuck to this wall. Intrigue, fun, prestige. Gatewater Land has it all, and it's waiting for you. Not especially catchy, is it? And now I did it. A sign advertising a photo rally? Something I have absolutely no interest in.
Yeah, but I do. I'm not going to get my hands on the rest of the Badger family. You'll see.
Definitely thinks there's a slightly different atmosphere to a criminal investigation.
Hey there, there's a trap room in this room too.
It's not a trapdoor, it's an entrance to an underground passage, Kay.
I know that.
The door leading to the outside world was locked. So Lance must have escaped the prison through here. Are you going to investigate it? No? Okay.
Oh, they have barrels just like these outside.
Yes, and...
Well, I know I already asked you when you were there, but if these were real, what would you put in them?
It's an expectant gleam in her eyes that I'm about to dash. What have we here?
Looks like a sword, a broken sword.
Strange. Would it be broken like that? Swords don't usually break on their own.
That's true.
Alright then, let's think about it in this way. Maybe it broke when someone was trying to use it onto something. Hypotheticals aren't going to get us anywhere. Perhaps we should think more of this later. Hold on. So in the hideout there's a trash bin for all the users' costumes. There's a hole in their hand. Was he perhaps holding the broken sword, bro? He wasn't. Is there literally nothing I can do? Got everything of this, got everything of this, everything of this, everything of this, everything of this. This. Look at the door. The door is thoroughly broken, thanks to the police who forced it through. I won't rest until I... Oh, what the fuck? Why do I look at the door and I can look at all of this? What? That's stupid. That doorknob handle thingy is looking pretty beat up. I suppose that's what happens when 10 officers break their way into it with brute force.
Hey, that's odd. The lock is on completely fine, not a single dent.
But how is that possible after what the officer told us?
Yeah, if the lock had been in use when the door was busted down, then the lock itself should be completely wrecked.
So the lock on the door leading outside is undamaged. How can that be? Oh. Door leading outside, broken sword. The sword was in the door. It's a bit strange that the police had to force their way into an unlocked room. One look at the pristine door and anyone can see that it was not in use at the time.
But the policeman on site said they took 10 men to get it open.
A door that was locked tight despite it being not locked at all. It can only be because of this.
Oh, you mean...
Yes, it was used to jam the door. Here, take a look at the door handle. You see now how the handle is completely destroyed.
So that's how the sword broke.
I thought that we might uncover the true identity of the kidnappers. But instead, we've only uncovered more questions that need answered. Jesus fucking Christ.
Ah!
What is it? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, am I correct? What are you doing suddenly popping out of a secret entrance like that? This is an underground passage used by staff members, sir. We badgers also make use of it on our duties.
Look, why don't you get out of there first and then we'll talk, okay?
I beg your pardon, miss.
Photo badge again. Alright, only one more to go.
What are you getting all excited about?
Did you forget? The photo rally, duh. See, look, now all I have to do is get a picture of the bad badge and then I'm done.
Oh yes, I vaguely recall a contest or something of that sort. What? It's gone! Where did it go? What happened? What's wrong? A bad badger costume is missing, sir.
Oh, is that all? Well, it's missing because the kidnapper stole it.
I heard about how they were stolen, but they said only 3 of the costumes had been taken. What? Is he saying more 3 of them are gone? Mr. Proto-Badger, please tell me a little more about these costumes you use. What did you mean by a bad badger costume is missing? Why, just what I said, sir. We are one bad badger short. Counting the spares, we have 2 of each costume on hand at all times.
Okay, so because of them is walking, so because one of them is walking around in the park,
the other should be in that room. Actually, both of them should be in that room.
Ah, what do you mean?
Normally, we don't use the bad badger costumes. In fact, we only use them during a certain event at a set time each day. It's a stage show where the Bad Badger wreaks havoc around the park. And the other badgers must work together to apprehend him, sir. I'm speechless that such a show exists. Well, sir, I'm just trying to explain to you the only time we use that costume.
Then doesn't that make it near impossible to take pictures of the Bad Badger?
Personally, I can't believe that it's this close to showtime and there's no costume. Oh dear, what am I supposed to do, sir? Well, this basically means that the kidnapper stole 4 costumes in total.
And why are you saying there are 4 kidnappers?
Oh, I don't think that's very likely.
Oh?
Recall the costumes for a minute.
The stolen ones, you mean?
What proves that the 4th kidnapper does not exist? Well, these are in use by the people. These were stolen by the kidnappers. Well, I would presume... Oh, no, I thought I should present... Oh, never mind. Because they would have taken this, I guess.
Take that!
If you had 4 people and you wanted to steal a 4th costume, wouldn't you naturally go for the full set and steal a Pink Badger costume instead?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And yet the kidnappers decided to steal another Bad Badger. I believe the culprit needed 2 Bad Badger costumes, but the question is why? The second Bad Badger costume. I believe it may be closer at hand than we think.
What do you mean?
The costume in the trash. Wouldn't you say that it's wearing some very telltale pants?
Hey, you're right. Let's get it out and take a look.
As I suspected, it's a Bad Badger costume.
Well, mine is the head.
I wouldn't rest until I shut the fuck up, Edgeworth. I wouldn't want this Bad Badger costume's right hand is torn up like that.
Maybe it's a reflection from a fight with the Blue Badger. I always knew the Blue Badger was one ferocious beast.
I somewhat doubt that the real badgers are as bloodthirsty as that, Kay. Fuck.
Look, it's Santa's head.
Looks more like something was ripped off of it. The head, I have it in my inventory, so it's right here. This is a clear contradiction of the file. Never mind. So, probably the thing that was ripped out of its hand was the sword? Surely. Surely not. I meant, surely not.
Huh?
Shut up. I want to look at the evidence. There's a costume. You have 2 things there. Which is the body and hand. Why can't the hand be broken? I don't fucking know. Feet are there. Everything is there, and this is just a different thing. I am very confused. Can't use logic. Presumably because I don't have any. Hold on. E. Blue Badger Bible. Gun! He has a gun. He has a gun. He has a gun to do. Gun. Eureka! I believe what we have here is an inconsistency.
Between what?
Look carefully, our costumes are not look carefully. Our costume is not holding something in its right hand as it should be.
Oh, the gun.
Precisely. The Bad Badger was designed to always hold a gun in his right hand. However... You there, did you remove the gun from this Bad Badger's right hand? No, I did not, sir. The gun is supposed to be securely attached to the costume. As I thought, the rip itself confirms my hypothesis that the gun was forcibly removed. Mr. Proto Badger, the gun is of course not a functioning weapon, correct? Absolutely not, sir. It's just a model gun. However, it can fire blanks. We need to use them for this stage show. Seems that our kidnappers also had a need for the model gun, my dear my dear costumed friend. Missing model gun. Investigation complete. I think we were about done with this room.
So what's next?
Well, we found a few answers, but there are still a few things left that we have to ask a certain person about. Let's go, okay? March 13th, 3:34 p.m. Wild Wild West area.
Mr. Edgeworth, sir! You gotta hurry, sir, come on!
What is it, detective?
They found a blue badger costume down in the front of the main gate, sir!
What?
Isn't that what one of the kidnappers was wearing?
Bingo! That's why you gotta come into the main gate with me right now, sir! If we hurry, we still might be able to get there before Wolfie Boy does, sir!
Alright, let's make haste before to the main gate. Right now. March 13th, 3:45 p.m. Gateway Land Main Gate. What's the costume detective comes to?
Just on the other side of the fountain, sir.
Wing.
What is that? Was it out in the open all along?
Nah, it was discovered in the tall grass back there. We moved out here in order to examine it more thoroughly.
Then let's get down to it. Shut up. What do we have in here?
Oh, it's another pendant. It's 2 treasures in one day. How lucky is that? And hey, it's pretty babies made silver, platinum, silver too.
Another pendant on top of the one we found on Mr. Deacon. Is it possible that these two... Hold it right there!
And so, Mr. Prosecutor, you sure know how to cross the line, don't you? Oh, a pendant, that is a very decisive piece of evidence.
How can you tell?
Look here, read out what you see. Lauren.
Lauren. That's the name encrased on this.
Aha, we have you now, Miss Kidnapper.
No, you don't understand.
Lolly, I can't believe you were one of my kidnappers.
Lance!
You're kidding. Miss Pops was one of the kidnappers?
Yes. It was me. I held Lance hostage.
So Miss Pops is one of the kidnappers. Even knowing that, I can't call this case solved or over.
Hey guys, case closed. Let's get in the car already. I made a special one for this young lady.
Hold it.
Yeah, you can, Mr. Prosecutor. What is it this time?
Are you proposing that Miss Pops is also the culprit in a murder case? What happened? I thought Officer Meekins was your suspect.
We found it.
Found what?
That officer's gun. He literally dropped it in the middle of a thick patch of grass. Your country's police are a sham. Just look at how careless they are. What do you call them, a sham? The officer's gun didn't even show signs of having been fired, so it can't be the murder weapon.
So Officer Meekins has been cleared of all charges, I see.
And that's when a brand new suspect comes walking into the scene. The murder weapon only happened because the kidnappers started fighting amongst themselves. As I recall, it was you who said it, right, Mr. Prosecutor? Miss Pops, did you really kill Mr. Deacon?
Yes, I killed him.
I can't believe it.
Thanks for the confession.
Agent Lang, it's much too early to declare this case closed.
Look at you, sure yourself. We got a culprit's own confession and some very incriminating evidence. What more could you ask for?
Mr. Lauren Pops,
Yes.
I want to hear it from you. Tell me your side of all that has happened today, the kidnapping and the murder.
But why? I'm the kidnapper and the killer. Isn't that enough?
It's fine if you're the one behind everything, but only if that is the truth. Now then, will you tell us the truth? Or is it for some reason why you can't?
I've had a change of heart. I think I'd enjoy seeing you sulk away as losing mutt. Alright, you hurt me. Let's hear about it, all the evil deeds you committed today.
Miss Pop's confession.
The only one who came out with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon. He knew that he would get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Amano would pay anything to get his son back after all. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me.
There, you satisfied? You just confessed to her crimes the second time. At least you had the guts to admit when you're done. I can at least respect that much.
Miss Pops, is that what you really said is true?
Yes, it is.
That is the truth, it certainly isn't the whole truth. Because there's something that seems a bit too improbable in her confession. Rebuttal! The only man who came out of the plan was Mr. Butler.
Hold it!
How well did you know the victim?
I've spoken to her only a few times at Lance's house.
A few times, that's it.
Yes.
If they only met a few times, I don't see how they could have trusted each other.
If they hadn't even talked, then how could you trust not to not steal this plan?
Yes, completely irrelevant. He was planning to betray her from the very beginning. Which is why he chose someone he wasn't especially close to. Isn't that right, Sheena?
Yes. How?
Yes. However, Mr. Deacon made a very poor choice. In the end, he was killed by the one he intended to betray himself.
Ah, bet he didn't see that one coming.
Hold it!
You knew. How did you know something like that?
Oh, no. What should I do?
Okay, what's wrong with her now?
Come on, isn't it obvious? You're making your scary face again. That's why. Why don't you try asking her in a nice and more gentle way?
No, stop it, Lauren. You're always like this. You always fall for the stern-looking one. That's why you'll always be unhappy.
Oh, maybe that's it. She's been bewitched by your icy glare.
Mind your own business, Kay. Now then, Miss Pops, let's continue with the testimony.
Oh, yes, of course. Hold it!
Why did you believe that?
Anyone who knows Mr. Amano would think the same.
I read the Lance is the owner's man's greatest treasure.
I suppose you would be a doting father like Mr. Amano.
I always figured that he was too, and I was always envious of Lance for it.
Oh, because your dad.
I get this pendant from my father, and I believe that as long as I have this, I'll find my father again someday. He'll welcome me into his arms riding on the back of the Pegasus.
That pendant, she must truly believe it to be the wings of Pegasus.
Hold it!
Would you mind telling us a little about the plan itself?
Well, first we captured Lance.
And well, how'd you do that?
Mr. Deacon did that on his own, so I don't quite know.
Yeah, I thought you knew how to steal people away.
I shudder to think what he would do with such knowledge.
Sorry. I don't really know, but somehow Mr. Deacon was able to contain him. All we had to do after was wait for the ransom to be paid, but... Hold it!
What do you think... Why do you think he did?
I have no idea, but maybe he had planned on doing so from the very beginning.
Miss Pops.
Wait, Mr. Deacon planned to kill Miss Pops from the very beginning. Is that ever really likely to happen? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? I'm sorry, but I don't think what you just claimed is at all most likely.
Huh?
I don't think Mr. Deacon would have ever been capable of killing you.
But why? We were total strangers. It's not uncommon for people to kill each other over money.
Miss Potts, you really are clueless, aren't you?
What do you mean?
You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was, nor did you know who you really are. But I do. I can show you with this piece of evidence. This proves that Mr. Deacon would have never been able to bring himself to kill Miss Potts. I am guessing it's the dossier, because you're his daughter.
Take that!
Miss Potts, you don't know, do you? But this piece of evidence... Oh, never mind.
Hey, wasn't it?
Hey, guys, hey, calm down, guys. Hey, calm down.
Hold it!
So we do that again. We do that again. Raise an objection.
Hold it!
And it is the Pegasus instead. I think. Because this Colin... it's a Pegasus. You know? It's what I'm guessing.
Take that! Why are you showing this to me?
So what about the pennant?
This horse pendant, along with this piece of evidence, shows who you really are. The rest of...
Take that!
These two pendants resemble each other, wouldn't you agree?
Hey, you're right. It's the same color. They're even made of the same material.
I believe these two pendants are actually one.
Huh?
Shall we give it a try?
Wow, it's totally Pegasus.
But why? What does my panda match up with Mr. Deacon's?
You're a smart lady. I'm sure you can imagine why that might be.
No, that can't be!
So do you mean to say, just another trinket? It's not as though this changes anything.
You lack imagination, Agent Lang. I'll show you with evidence. This is the very piece of evidence that gives meaning to the Pegasus pendant.
Take that! Huh?
Oliver Deacon was just an alias for this man. His real name was Colin de Voray, the name that is etched on the horse pendant.
What? An alias?
I suppose we had to hide the fact that he was a felon somehow in order to live. And it makes sense given that what is written in Mr. de Voray's dossier. But what I really wanted to point out was this. This specific section that reveals the true meaning behind the pendant. Stole a gun from a... Huh? Daughter. I guess daughter? Daughter.
Take that!
Mr. Devereaux had one daughter, and her name is Lauren Potts.
That's a lie! This person was not my father!
He couldn't come out and tell you he was your father because he was in hiding. However, I believe he was trying to secretly watch over you. Do you still believe that a man like that could kill the daughter he was separated from? Or even that such a man would allow his daughter to get involved in a kidnapping plot? What is so funny, Agent Lang?
You're good at making things up in your head and deciding that's true, aren't you?
What are you trying to say?
You're thinking it's much too innocent. After all, I thought of another possibility.
Is that so? Well, let's hear it. Another possibility.
I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter. But ain't it possible that they both knew that fact? It's just no coincidence that the reunited party became involved in the house of Emmanuel, and that the two of them made good use in their meetings to plan a little kidnapping. Wouldn't you say that my scenario is perfectly probable as well?
So this is his version of how things might have been.
You don't have any proof that either one didn't know the other true relations, right?
You mean he knowingly committed to the kidnapping his father and daughter?
That's right. That's really one rotten family.
Is that really what happened? I'd better take a long and hard look at the evidence. Rebuttal! Grant you that the two of them are father and daughter. Isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? It's no coincidence that the arena pair became involved in the house of Umano. And the two of them made a good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Wouldn't you say that my scenario is perfectly plausible as well?
Hold it!
You think they knew?
Yeah, and I don't think the only victim knew. I think the girl realized it as well. They both knew who the other person was, but they had to pretend that they didn't.
Because she was on the lawn.
You got it? The victim couldn't exactly go around flaunting who he was. Furthermore...
Hold it!
One as a butler and one as the friend of the son, you mean?
They probably thought it was their best shot.
Is that what you honestly believe?
A cuss!
Hold it!
You mean how they plotted to commit the crime as a blood relatives?
Do you think of a better partner? They're certainly a clever pair.
But the butler and the girlfriend. No one would ever suspect that they were in fact family.
Yeah, from the very beginning they painstakingly practiced those roles well.
Hold it!
I believe you're being a bit too overconfident for someone with no evidence.
Am I? Because I don't see you present any evidence of the contrary.
For evidence, we're stuck in a stalemate. Agent Lang isn't wrong. His scenario is certainly a probable one.
You better hurry up and do something, or Lauren's gonna wind up looking really bad.
I know, but the first things first. Is Agent Lang's line of logic factually correct? Did the two of them really knowingly commit the crime as father and daughter?
Hold it!
Precisely. And what father would willingly kill his own daughter?
I've seen a lot of things in my travels. And I can tell you that being related by blood isn't something is sometimes proof of nothing.
Isn't it possible that they both knew the fact? Perhaps. Let me look through the evidence. Well, he could have told her. I guess. I'm not quite sure. Well, what I think happens here is because dear Lance Amano, Lance is getting absolutely destroyed by Tender Lender. And that's why he needed the million, and that's why the kidnapping happened in the first place. And that's how they work together. But first I need to prove how they didn't know each other. God damn it. I'm too far ahead of the case. I hate that. The two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Don't fucking know. Bruh. I think it's this one. But what? And why was the third stolen?
Objection!
Fair enough. This kidnapping wasn't planned by just two people alone.
What kind of proof you have of that?
Quite simple, there were 3 kidnappers.
3!
4 costumes were stolen from the Wild Wild West area's back room. We found one of them in the kidnapper's hideout. But as for the other 3, we can assume that they were worn by 3 different people. We also found a set of 3 cups and folding chairs that were used in the hideout. It all clearly points to a 3-man group. I believe this 3rd person is the real mastermind behind the kidnapping.
Who? Who's the mastermind?
I present to you the brains behind the kidnapping. Well, what the fuck? Oh, there he is.
Take that!
Les Samano?
Yes, this abduction was in fact schemed up by Lance himself. Recall what he said when he appeared before us.
Did you...
Do you see the faces of your kidnappers?
No, I didn't see their faces. But 2, one of them was a woman.
However, there were 3 kidnappers, which is in direct contradiction with what he said.
But
What? I only saw 2 people.
this guy's being held hostage. It's possible you couldn't see all 3 of them.
Yes, but when you were being held, I have my doubts about what happened then. Lance, would you mind telling us about what happened while you were being held captive?
I really don't remember much anymore. Honest.
But if I don't tell you at least something, you won't believe me at all, will you? Lance's testimony.
I was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut out in the room, blindfolded the entire time. But the kidnapper suddenly disappeared around the time I heard the rain falling outside. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. I made my escape and ran from the room as fast as I could.
So down the wrong passageway, I presume?
Are you okay?
Sorry, I really didn't want to recall that horrible ordeal, but now you believe me, right?
Not quite yet.
Oh, how can you not? Look, why do you look at me with these eyes? See daggers in your eyes?
Because he's a prosecutor? Because they're all like that.
I'll have you know, Agent Lang, a prosecutor's eyes are for discerning truth. And should they be interpreted to be cruel at times, then so be it. It's a sticking point in Lance's testimony. Let's see what he offers up when I push a little. Rebuttal! So, there were a few things wrong with this case up until now. I've screamed about them already. But I distinctly remember from my first time playing that this part is horrid. So we shall see how it goes. I was kidnapped yesterday morning. That was right. What was that? Has he only been kidnapped for a day? Oh, I guess.
Hold it!
Can you tell us about when you were abducted in a little more detail?
It was a strange morning. I felt like I was right in the middle of a great calm.
Where you experienced this calm?
A family garden, of course. Where else could it have been?
Excuse me for asking.
This child is more princess than prince. I was taking a walk to shake off the morning blah. Then out of the blue, someone from behind clams a hand over my mouth.
Didn't see your attacker.
They must have used some drug to knock me out. Because before I knew it, I was off to La La Land again. When I woke up, I was at the kidnapper's hideout already all tied up. Hold it!
By that room, you mean the room the kidnapper's hideout, correct?
Yes, but I was blindfolded the whole time, so I didn't know that until I made my escape.
Then you went in the same room as your kidnappers.
They spoke in hushed tones. I could only catch princes of their conversation, but it was definitely 2 people. One of them was definitely a woman. I was so scared. I could tell they were all nearby, and I didn't dare make a move. Hold it!
The kidnappers disappeared.
The room fell into a sudden silence. I had left behind like an unwanted mutt.
And what do you mean by an unwanted mutt?
But the point of this question is not like he's going to tell you anything new, you know.
It's a poetic smile. You should learn how to use them too. You may look refined on the outside, but it's no good if you're not refined on the inside as well. Hold it!
And then those cuffs on your wrists, I suppose you're still cuffed in that case.
I am well aware of how I am chained to reality. I couldn't find the key, so I'm afraid that I'm stuck like this. Even though I escaped from the jail cell, I will forever be a prisoner.
Hold it!
How did you manage to escape? I wanted to just get out of there, but the door leading outside was locked. Which is why I had to use an underground passageway to make my escape. Remember, our escape to be equally as hard. It was an invaluable piece of testimony. I mustn't let it go unexamined. Well, that's wrong. We already know it wasn't via the sword.
Objection!
You said that the door leading out was locked, but was it really?
You're talking about that room behind the saloon in front, right? Look, I heard it took quite a few men to get that thing open, right, Sheena?
Yes, that's correct. And take a look at this.
That's that. The sword, not equally reliable as one that broke like that.
Allow me to start from the end. My conclusion is that the door was never locked. It was simply held shut by the sword, which was used to jam the handle. Lance, even though your hands were cuffed together, you could still use them. If that's the case, then why didn't you just simply remove the sword and escape? Why didn't I? I was disoriented. Yes, that's it. I didn't notice it. As if I should accept such a bold-faced lie. You locked yourself in the room because you had to make yourself look like the victim. But you did not in fact possess the key to the door. That is why you used the prop sword to improvise and create a prison of your very own.
You've been making this guy out to be one of the kidnappers for some time now. I wonder if you've forgotten something very important along the way.
What would that be?
A motive. What else? You honestly think I'm an uptight pure boy like him? Would I hatch up a completely pointless scheme such as kidnapping himself?
Objection!
This proves that Lance did indeed have a motive to commit the crime. My bad. In actuality, it was fucking Viola Cadaverini. To put it simply, Lance has a very urgent need for money. This is hardly your typical love letter. It is in fact a collection bill. It appears an upstanding boy has accumulated quite a debt. Isn't that right, Lance? Oh!
Looks like it's hard being the son of a rich man, too. It must be rough when you have to resort to stealing from your own man, huh?
Oh, all right, I give up. I abducted myself. Lance! It's over, Lolly. In this life, we really are bound to our fates after all. All I wanted to do, all I wanted was to go with you to a new town, somewhere where no one would know us. I wanted to be well off with that 1 million, but now that dream is over. Oh, Lance! And you're giving yourself up. Yes, I had planned to run away from this world with my Lolly. Oliver even helped us with the plan, but then had to go and stab us in the back. He turned on you. Maybe he didn't want us to split the ransom money. That's my guess. It happened almost right after you made your drop-off. When we were alone, he attacked me all of a sudden. After a brief struggle, I was able to contain him and keep him under control. We left him inside that room as Lolly and I made our escape. We wore different costumes and split up. Lolly left first in a blue badger costume. It would mean the person Officer Meekin saw was Miss Pops. But right then, the old man just had to wake up. I was careless. He tackled me pretty hard from behind. Then Oliver put up on the blue badger costume, took a suitcase and $1 million and ran. I contacted Lolly right away, and warned her that he had a gun. I had no idea that they were related, so I thought it could only end badly. I still don't believe it. That person was not my father, because if he was, I just killed my own father. Lolly, then it wasn't really you. Chain of events. That man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium, there was a bad badger pulling out a suitcase with $1 million in it. That badger pointed the gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. That was a gunshot. The other person crumbled to the ground and I ran scared for my life.
I think the big picture's finally coming into focus, don't you?
Lolly, forgive me. I didn't think it would turn into something so frightening. If only I could have protected you.
So, Miss Pops, she shot her own dad without knowing who she really was?
She says it's true.
Are you saying she's lying? And why would she lie about something like that? What purpose would it serve?
You'll be surprised how often people lie without even realizing it themselves, Kay.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
What I mean is, listen very carefully to a confessional. Once more, and you'll see. Rebuttal! No, it's not my father. Obviously, it was. There was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. But wasn't he the blue one? Huh? Didn't he just... But like, he wasn't wearing a bad badger costume. Right? Because it wouldn't make sense. Because one bad badger costume was... Or was he shot? Oh, where's the bad badger costume then? It's right here. What? That can't be right. Or maybe it can, I don't know. That was the ransom money, wasn't it?
Yes, that's how he was able to identify Miss Tegan almost immediately. It was all thanks to what Lance told me.
And what did he tell you?
Well, he called me on my cell phone and told me that Mr. Deacon had betrayed us and had run off with the ransom money. That's about how he had a gun.
Hold it!
Were you able to clearly see the gun?
Yes, I got a very good look at it while pointing it at me. Oh, Father, why would you try and shoot me?
You really think the father should shoot his own daughter, Mr. Edgeworth?
I don't know.
I don't want to believe it myself.
But it's true, my father's left arm was raised up.
Got it! Present. Can't be your father, cause present.
Objection!
Right-handed he was. I have a dossier of your father. And according to this, your father was right-handed.
Oh, then.
The person pointing a gun at you from atop the stage was not Mr. Deacon.
Hold on there, prosecutor. I think you need to take a refresher, of course. The Bat Badger has a model gun attached to his right hand, which is why the only hand he could have held the gun was his left. Isn't it possible that it went like that?
Agent Lang, were you paying attention to what Miss Paul was saying? Then again, I suppose I can't expect someone who has never set foot in court to catch it.
Enough of this smugness. Out of it already.
Mrs. Pops told us earlier.
There was a bad badger pulling a suitcase with this $1 million in it.
According to you, the bad badger had a gun in his left hand, which would mean that he was pulling the suitcase with his right hand. Is that correct, Miss Paul?
Yes, exactly. And I'm sure it was the bad badger. It has those huge sunglasses on its face.
But if that's the case, even I can see the huge contradiction.
Yes, Miss Pops claims to have seen the bad badger, and yet the bad badger had both his hands full. These two pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong. It wasn't. Both were correct. It must have not been the bad badger. Miss Pops, what you saw was not the bad badger. Think back and recall which character it was that leveled the gun at you. It was fair enough. It was both are true. Both are true. Fuck, God damn it. Fuck, shut up. Both hands were occupied because they was holding shit, but like, they're both correct.
Impossible. That just needs some irresolvable contradiction.
Miss Pop's entire statement rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. But what if that bad badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half? This proves that there was a way for the bad badger to really use his hands. This? This.
Take that!
The costumes have two parts to them, a head and a body.
Oh, I get it now.
The head of Mr. Puffsaw was probably really the head of the badger. However, it is not possible that the body was an entirely different badger.
A different badger?
Yes, or to put it more bluntly, I believe it was the lower half of this badger. The body of the blue badger that saw what belonged to this badger. It could be any of them. It's just like, huh? Could be this guy. Could be this guy. Could be the two of them. Is there, huh? Probably the blue one. I think. Hold on, is there anything she said? It wasn't the blue badger. Because the blue badger costume was already taken by her, so it must be the proto-badger.
Take that!
What the heck is that?
It's the proto-badger. Yes, and it's simply a matter of process of elimination. Miss Pops is wearing a blue badger costume, so we can eliminate that one. And the pink badger is the one of the wrong color, which would have been incredibly obvious. All that is left is that the proto-badger's costume. Miss Pops, who was the one who wore the proto-badger costume?
Would be Lance.
Oh!
Are you saying what I think you are? The last man donned the blue badger's hat, the bad badger's hat, and pretended to be Mr. Deacon. On top of which he plotted to shoot Miss Pops while wearing the hideous thing.
The stage was set up in the stadium was nothing more than a setup. And its purpose was to lead Miss Pops into believing she had committed murder. Standing there in front of Miss Pops, pretending to be the victim, it was all done so she would pull the trigger. I have no idea what you're talking about. Why exactly would I have to do all of that, huh? There's but one reason, Lance Amano. You are the real culprit behind the murder of Mr. Oliver Deacon.
What? No!
The slander! Take it back! You take it back right now! Just out of curiosity, Lance, which is your dominant hand? Left-handed? But what does that have to do with anything? It depends. According to Miss Pops, her attacker held a gun in his left hand.
Ah, who's that one-handed doesn't prove anything? Now besides, you're just being absurd. It's not like a proto-badger is bulletproof. One misfire and he would have found himself dead, right?
Of course. Logically, if you had been shot, he probably wouldn't be here with us. But I believe he had thought of that as well and prepared accordingly. And this should be all the evidence you need. This is how Lance made sure he wouldn't be able to be hit by a bullet. The fake gun. No, that's not what I tried to say. Anyways, it doesn't make sense for her to... No. I guess they met up after he killed the victim. And he gave her the gun then? That doesn't make sense though. I think that's just a logical fallacy. Anyway. We found one half of the badger costume in the hideout. A broken one. It was not the same one that the victim was wearing. Plus it was missing something. And that something was the model gun that the bad badger carries. Which can fire blanks. What? Miss Pops, where is the gun you used now?
I threw it away into the sea.
That makes it a bit tough to verify what it was. Although I believe that we can safely assume that it was the model gun in question.
I've had enough. All you've been spouting thus far is pure conjecture.
I admit that as long as the model gun is lost to us, I can't prove I'm right. However, I can say that it's a possibility that I'm right is very high.
Okay, let's pretend you're right, and that the murder at the stadium was a fabrication. In that case, where do you think the murder really took place, Mr. Prosecutor?
I don't know yet.
Ha! I knew you were full of it.
However, I do believe that the murder took place during an earlier time frame.
Please, wait a second. It's simply not possible. Because I saw Mr. Deacon after he was restrained by Lance.
Saw the victim in a state of being restrained. What Miss Pops saw.
He came back to the hideout long after the other two. By the time Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon, he had tied Mr. Deacon's security to be in the room next door. After that, the two of us had put on our costumes and we made our escape.
So Miss Deacon must have escaped after the two of you left, right?
We thought it'd attract too much attention if we left together, so I left first. We planned to meet up again at the stage of the stadium. But then, as I was walking through the park, I got a call from Lance to my cell phone.
Oliver managed to escape. It looked like he had been waiting until I was alone. He also stole the gun from me at the time.
And the murder happened. Mr. Deacon must have overheard the plans to meet up at the stage. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, Miss Pops saw the victim with her own eyes. Which means that the victim was still alive at that time, wouldn't you agree?
Why does it sound wrong to me? There must be something amiss about this account. Let's see what happens if I examine it more in detail. I'm pretty sure I missed my one chance to see Phoenix Red in the game, by the way. Whoops. Rebuttal! I can do hide long after the two, by that time I'd already subdued and restrained. How did Lance look at the time?
He looked shocked. He also looked like a little down when I saw the sadness in his eyes.
Thank you, that's enough for now. And what of Mr. Deacon? What was his situation like? You are sure that it was Mr. Deacon that you saw?
Yes, I'm certain of what I saw.
Did you go into the other room to check?
Lance said it was best if I didn't get too close to him. Lance, he's such a kind soul.
And you're telling me that you did not confirm that it was Mr. Deacon for yourself?
I checked for a slit in the door and it separates the two rooms. He had a bad badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure. It just had to be Mr. Deacon.
So bad Badger's hat. But like, it just like that doesn't. Okay.
Hold it!
So the tied up Mr. Deacon was still in his bad badger costume.
Yes, and?
It appeared that you misread the whole situation. But now, there is an objection. The person you saw was not the victim.
What? Why not?
We'll tell you why not with this. This, Miss Potts, shows us that the person you saw was not the victim. What? This is the hat?
Take that!
Okay. Miss Potts, the person you saw was not Mr. Deacon at all.
Huh?
The person you actually saw, this person was. Ah. That's me. It was me.
Huh? The person I saw was you, Mr. Edgeworth?
I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnappers abduct me even if I had handed over the ransom? It's not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. If I were them, I would have just taken the $1 million and ran. But in the end, there was a point to it all. It was to make me look like Mr. Deacon. And if that was the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we can assume that the victim was already dead at the time. Well, Lance, am I right?
That's...
You showed Mr. Potts a person, namely me, with a bad badger's hat on. And then you made the costume to escape together, or so you pretended.
Oh, what do you mean he pretended?
Exactly that. I believe that Lance watched you escape and doubled back into the hideout. Probably to come and remove the bad badger's hat from my unconscious self. And to create his fake prison, to which the prop thought he escaped via the passageway.
Hold your tongue, boy! Don't you get caught up in that tidal wave of words coming out of the Mr. Prosecutor's mouth.
Tidal wave?
You've had a lot coming out of you, but I've yet to see a shit of evidence. The victim's betrayal, his subsequent attainment, all of that could have happened while you were out cold.
That's right. You were out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor.
Yeah?
Even if that is the case, Miss Potts would still have seen me tied to the beam.
I was scared of Mr. Deacon. I didn't go into the next room. So I really have no idea if you were there or not, Mr. Edgeworth.
You see? You've seen that you can't prove it.
Grr.
Who said that?
Please, wait. Mr. Mono. Miles, my boy, it looks like you're really giving it your all. And Lance, it's not going to cause trouble for all of us.
Dad!
Let's see, you're the one in charge of the investigation, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm sorry that my son has now been nothing but trouble. This probably won't make up for anything, but I have some evidence for you.
Ah, you know.
Is that what I think it is?
It's the bad badger's costume the victim was wearing and the gun.
I couldn't wait around for the police, so I went and found these myself. It appears they were disposed of in the sea.
There's no one in this country who actually obeys the law.
No. Agent Lang, please come down.
Huh? What the heck is that strap of paper?
This appears to be a letter from the Chief of Police. Please allow Mr. Amano complete freedom to do as he please fit, it says.
What? The Chief of Police? Just who does he think he is?
The person who wields the highest authority in this area. Now. There is no need to be so upset.
I'm not a cop in this land, so I'm not bound by the laws of your country.
Now. This wasn't meant to be a strong arm into anything, just a request. I'm only asking that you please respect the laws of the land.
Can't really say no to that. However, returning to the topic at hand, doesn't matter who found the evidence, its value remains unchanged. And now, let's take a look at the new evidence.
I've already got the results back. I've had a special forensics research lab that I'm going to return to conduct the tests. They verified the blood on the costume belonged to Oliver. As for the gun, the only fingerprints that we find were yours, Lauren. What? You disappoint me, Miles. I can't believe that you would cause my son such stress and heartache. Thank goodness I was able to find the final piece of evidence. Of this, you'll have no reason to push my boy around. That's it. It's the case-making pieces of evidence. I'll be the judge of that.
Can I go? No. Unfair. Could this be the gun of the actual murder weapon? This bullet hole.
It looks like a kind of burn around the edges.
Wait, these burn marks were left by the gunpowder. This is the most important fact.
Why is that?
Because it's proof that the victim was shot at point-blank range. What's this? Looks like there's something inside the costume's head.
Hey, they sparkle. I bet it's really valuable.
Sorry, but they're just pieces of a mirror. Why are they in here?
Well, are these not most of the definitive pieces of evidence you've ever seen?
Thank you, Dad. This should have been enough to convince Mr. Edgeworth over there. This is evidence.
Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun, and they prove it was Lolly who killed Oliver. But Oliver was also after Lolly's life. So, Mr. Edgeworth, even if you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense.
The fingerprints on the weapon.
Oh no, this isn't helpful at all.
Look, Mr. Edgeworth, all I want to do is save Lolly, but in the end all I can do is watch on as she takes the punishment for her crimes.
That may be all. That may be all you can do. However, I still have a case to solve and a job to do. The job of unraveling your insidious lie.
You wound me. Why would you believe me, even in the face of all this evidence?
Rebuttal! I will be grabbing another glass of water. Oh, never mind. The music is too fucking high for that. Okay. Okay. Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun, and they proved that Lolly was the killer. Why would there be fingerprints on the gun if she was shooting in the Bad Badger's uniform? That's like, why would she do that? Huh? Mr. Kildeacon was originally stolen from the guard by the victim during the escape. Huh. It's that gun. Okay. Okay, very interesting. Okay, so this gun was stolen from the police officer and then used presumably by Deacon. It is... the guy was killed by point blank range, which is a really unusual thing considering the angle. Meaning that he wasn't killed on the stage at all, he was killed in the haunted manor. He was killed in the manor because of the broken mirror, and that's also the reason why the broken mirror is in the fucking room. It's because it's broken because of the gunshot, and the gunshot is only in the mirror because of the shot at the broken manor. I figured out the crime scene. Anyways. But why would her fingerprints on it be on it if she... Why would her fingerprints on it if she was wearing a costume? So that's stupid. That's just the stupid argument. Press.
Hold it!
You sure are calm for someone who is accusing his own girlfriend of murder.
You have it all wrong, allowing her to pay the price as a form of love. She says she also wants me to pay back her debt to society, but... Hold it!
And why do you believe that the victim was set on taking Miss Pop's life?
I suppose it's because he wanted to silence her. To keep her quiet because she knows the truth behind the kidnapping.
In that case, why did he not target you as well?
That's because he knew that if he killed me, he wouldn't be able to control my father.
Right you are. Even if it cost me $1 million, I would have had the killer found. I believe he didn't kill you for an entirely different reason, however, I digress.
Look! More than why he killed me, I'm worried about what happened to Lolly.
Justified self-defense? I suppose that is a possibility given the circumstance.
Really? Oh, thank goodness.
However, self-defense was not necessary in this case.
What do you mean?
Miss Pops is innocent. She didn't do anything, so why would she need to defend herself from nothing?
You still don't believe a word I say, do you?
This entire argument hinges on the fact that her fingerprints are on the gun. However, the truth does not lie there. It lies whatever is hiding from me, not for long.
Hold it!
Those fingerprints, are you sure they belong to Miss Pops?
There's no mistake about it. Through my connections, I had some of the best forensic techniques money can buy performed.
I find it to be a bit peculiar.
What? Are you trying to pick an argument with me?
What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Pop's print should be on the gun to begin with. And the reason for that is... the victim's costume. No, it should be the killer's costume. The stolen costume, I guess.
Take that!
Simply impossible for Miss Pops to have left any prints on the murder weapon. Because while she was at the stadium, Miss Pops was wearing a costume.
Oh! But there's no mistake. We found fingerprints.
Well, Miss Pops, do you remember touching a gun at any time at all?
Yes, a matter of fact, I did hold it for a bit back in the hideout. I handed it off to Mr. Deacon and he and friends left her the haunted house.
To retrieve the ransom money, I suppose. And there you have it. This is when Miss Pop's prints were found on the way to the gun.
Oh.
You understand now, Mr. Amano? The fingerprints do nothing to prove Miss Pops of the murder.
But you still don't have anything to prove that she isn't the killer, right?
You seem very adamant about insisting that your girlfriend is a cold-blooded killer.
Oh, Lance!
What? No way, I'm incredibly worried about her. But that doesn't change the fact that you don't have any evidence, right? That's where you're wrong. I have evidence.
What? Oh!
The story that Miss Pops killed the victim at the stage of the stadium. The whole affair is simply not true because of because that was not the real crime scene, but a setup. This proves that the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all.
Ba-ba.
I don't fucking know. I guess this.
Take that!
This piece of evidence proves that the real crime scene was not in fact a stadium. It was in fact not the proof. The lacking fucking bloodstain for one. Even if it is in the goddamn costume, some of it would have goddamn spilled out. This case is so fucking stupid. It's crazy. Anyways, how do you prove it? Well, I don't fucking know. With the thing that's in the helmet that's clearly from the manor. No, not. Okay. How do you prove it else? I don't fucking know. Guide! What? That's the first statement. Choose raise an objection. Yes. Victim? Doesn't seem right. I don't know at which point of the thing I am. This?
Take that!
No. Huh? Or the victim's costume. Alright.
Take that!
The second have a good look at the costume the victim was wearing. Then I believe you will see why he insisted on not to be shot at the stadium. This is the part of the costume that proves it. I guess this.
Take that!
The burn around the bullet hole was made when the victim was shot at point blank range.
Ah, so that's what you mean by murder, Miss Oldbeck. So at the stadium really was
Yes, she saw two people, but they were separated by a distance. If the victim was indeed shot from below the stage, they shouldn't be at the gunpowder burn.
Hey, look at you, Mr. Smarty Pants Prosecutor. Since you seem to know all the answers, why don't you tell us where the real crime scene is then?
Lance set it up to look like Mr. Deacon went back at the hideout. If that's the case, then the murder must have happened prior to that. And the location where Lance and the victim were just before I was imprisoned was... I've got it. The real scene of the murder. The real location is where Mr. Deacon was killed here.
Take that!
I think it's not unreasonable to assume the murder took place at the haunted house.
The haunted house?
Yes, and I have proof that it was highly likely the victim was killed there. What proves that the real crime scene of the murder was the haunted house?
I don't fucking know. Maybe the glass shot.
Take that!
These were inside the costume and the victim was wearing. They're fragments of a mirror.
A mirror? What does that have to do with anything?
Indeed, you don't exactly expect to find a piece of mirror inside a costume.
Yeah, that's actually pretty dangerous.
However, there's one place I can think of where there was a plethora of mirrors and fragments. And that would be the haunted house. Lance Amano, I propose that you killed Mr. Deacon with a revolver in the haunted house. After that, you stole a Blue Badger mobile to move his body to the Wild Wild West area. The timing of when the Blue Badger mobile was stolen confirms this as fact. Miles, my boy, say no more. I'm sorry, Mr. Amano, but I cannot do it.
Be quiet.
Yes, please do something. Stop that boy from speaking more nonsense.
Mr. Amano, correct? I meant you. Now be quiet, Grant.
How dare you?
Don't eat words. The only thing I require is evidence, decisive evidence. And to call these mere bits decisive is a bit too presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor.
What?
Sheena, wasn't there the kidnapper side out?
Yes, there was a mirror there. A mirror for the haunted house.
You see, isn't it possible the fragments got into the costume there?
But Agent Lang, there were no fragments on the floor, so the probability is very low.
Probability? Lang G says, on truth's path, the word probability does not exist. The only thing that does is definitive proof. The question, Mr. Prosecutor, is, do you have any definitive proof you need? Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, do you?
Do I have solid evidence that proves the murder took place at the haunted house? The answer is no.
See, since you don't have any, shut up.
I don't have any heavy evidence yet, but I'm certain the murder occurred around the time I turned the ransom over. At the time, the only people at the haunted house besides myself were Lance and Mr. Deacon. If I can prove that the murder took place at the haunted house, then I can prove Lance's guilt in connection to the murder.
What now, Mr. Edgeworth?
Agent Lang, I have a special request.
Yeah?
I'd like to prove to you that the scene of the crime was indeed the haunted house.
And what are you asking the werewolf for permission?
Because I don't really have a choice if I want to find the truth.
Alright, permission granted. But you don't touch a single thing, got it?
That won't be a problem. All that is important to me is the truth be brought to light. It doesn't matter by who or how it is done, as long as it is.
Sure. Sheila?
I'm here.
Put in the paperwork for your authorization immediately.
Understood. I'll go to the gateway group's approval.
Who was that?
No. Let's hold on for a second. There's no need to obtain approval. Mr. Romano. Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this.
What's this? Sheila!
It's the deed to the haunted house. The deed?
Read it out loud.
Gatewater Land Inc. hereby bequests the property known as the Haunted House to Mr. Hamano for the lump sum of $1 million, paid in full cash.
What? Yes, you can see I am now the legal owner of the haunted house.
Are you kidding? When did you...
I ran into the owner of the park earlier, and we made a deal almost immediately. How quickly things move when you can prepare $1 million in the blink of an eye. That's $1 million you paid. Don't tell me it was... Oh, that's right. This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? I don't have any more use for it, so you may have it back now. You used the ransom money. My Lance is a good boy. Even he apologized for the kidnapping a bit earlier. So I do believe that I will forgive him. After all, he did return the ransom money. That's the way things are. So if you would please discuss things with me from now on.
Discuss? What's this discuss?
Why, permission to enter the haunted house, of course. We were busy listening to Lance's story. Mr. Armand was out there preempting us. Permission to search the haunted house is denied. End of discussion. Agent Lang, I want you to arrest that girl. And Miles, you should hurry up home now, my boy, before I really lose my temper. Ugh. Mr. Armand definitely has a deck stacked in his favor here. What should I do? Leave it like this or the truth will be lost forever. Right now, after I leave for a goddamn glass of water. Well, if I leave on this screen, you don't have music. March 13th, 4:27 p.m. Gate was the main gate. If I can't get permission to investigate the crime scene, then the truth will be lost.
Hold it, hold it, hold it!
Okay.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing spacing out? Have you forgotten? There's only one thing you need to do in a time like this.
What is that?
When people are in a bind, the hero of justice appears to save the day. You will just leave it to me, for I am K. Faraday, the second great Yasukarasu.
I thought you were a thief, not a hero.
The Yasukarasu is noble and always a thief of justice.
That's, of course.
If we have enough information, I can recreate the insides of the haunted house with this. Plus, if we then factor in everyone's testimony, we can recreate exactly what happened when I dropped off the ransom money. That's not correct.
We may be able to figure out some new information for this. It's worth a try. Agent Lang?
So when you use a little tie, be my guest.
Okay, hang on. We're all about to witness the true power of real modern-day Robin Hood.
Detective Gumshoe? Is there a copy of the haunted house's blueprint among your police reference documents?
Yes, sir. We got it in case we need it for the kidnapping case.
Alright, I'll input the haunted house data then.
What is this? Where are we? It's back inside the haunted house.
And if we can't expect the real location itself, the path of truth slumbers here. I can successfully navigate my way using logic, I'll ultimately arrive at the truth. Now then, I'll believe I'm ready to investigate the crime scene.
Okay, what should I recreate first?
Haven't figured it out yet.
Maybe I have, maybe I haven't, but I'm going to make you do all the hard work.
Very well, I'd like to inspect the moment in which I was ambushed by my abductor. Only two of them were definitely in the place at the time. If I can verify that, it may provide me with a new lead. I just come into the hallway after leaving the money inside the dining room. At the time I saw a badger slumped over on the floor at the end of the hall.
Eh? A badger was doing it all the way out here.
Also thought it was strange. However, I thought that maybe it was simply a mannequin that was set there for atmosphere.
You know which badger it was?
No, it was too dark to tell. All I saw was its silhouette.
In that case, I guess I just program a badger silhouette for now. Okay, programming complete.
Then I started walking towards the exit.
And that's when you were struck from behind, right?
Yes.
But that's odd. The hallway's at that end. Where did your sound come from?
There's only one location I can think of. I believe my assailant was lying in wait here. Obviously.
Take that!
That doll I saw wasn't really a doll. It was in fact a costume kidnapper.
Oh, so you used the costume as a perfect camouflage to blend in the rest of the house.
Precisely. He waited until I had made the drop off and was about to leave. Then, just as he saw me take a step towards the exit, he stood and launched his attack. I can think of no better hiding place than this.
Hey, not bad. I'm beginning to think I should steal this tactic for myself.
Just don't use it to do anything criminal, okay? Well, Lance?
Huh? What are you asking me for?
As one of the kidnappers, I figured I should give you a chance to confess first.
I was the one of the kidnappers, but
I don't know anything. I did come up with the haunted house, but I never set foot inside. I left Oliver in charge of picking up the ransom money. Didn't set foot inside. Is he telling the truth, or is it another lie? Alright, you're claiming that it was Mr. Deacon who assaulted me? Yes, I am sure it was him.
okay, inputting new info. Mr. Deacon was the Bad Badger, right? Since the Bad Badger has such a gun attached to his right hand, I'll have to change it so the weapon is in his left hand.
I want to verify the facts of this recreation. You didn't recreate your weapon.
I can't exactly recreate something I know nothing about. So tell me, what were you hit with?
The attack came from behind, so I have no idea. But I thought it was someone's bare hands.
Okay, so where were you hit?
I was hit on the right side of my head, just above the temple. There was a bit of blood, but it wasn't anything serious.
Ouch, sounds painful.
Why are you smirking like that when I say it?
It's just your imagination. Now, let's see. I wonder if there's anything in the hallway that could have been used as a weapon. I'm looking for something that the culprit could have used to hit you with.
Take that!
I have it. There was indeed such object lying here in the hallway. A prop sword.
Are you talking about that thing right there?
Yes. Although we did find it at the end of the kidnapper's hideout. Wait, yes, it's possible that the culprit took it with him after using it on me.
To leave no evidence behind, right?
Correct. It may be worth a more thorough examination yet.
So, what kind of test do you want to run on this sword?
Lumino. The culprit was wearing a costume at the time, so fingerprint analysis is useless. Let's run a luminol test. It's possible that one of my blood was found on the outside of this. Agent Lang, may I ask for your cooperation in this matter?
Like I have a choice. Sheena, call the lab, boys.
Understood. Except for the dab of the left side, it would appear that the blade is spotless.
So it must have been the left side of the prop sword that hit you with, right? Okay, I'll add the recreation to this new piece of info.
I won't rest until I expected every suspicious looking tranny.
And in the next instant, this badger will swing his left arm completely with the weapon in hand.
Just to club me with the left side of this prop sword.
Shall I recreate the moment of impact? I want to see the painting stretched in your face.
Just fine the way it is. Maybe not. Maybe it's my imagination or something's not quite right.
Eureka!
Finally, I found a clear contradiction of facts about the sword. Except for the bit of the left side, this prop sword is absolutely spotless. However, if the culprit had used his left hand, the blood would be on the opposite side.
The opposite side? Huh?
If the culprit had held the sword in the left hand, then the sword's right side would hit.
I see. But the blood was on the left side of the sword, right? Which means he used the right hand to hit you.
Exactly. The prop sword has a large hand guard attached to the hilt. It would be impossible to hold it with two hands or wearing a costume with such big hands. Therefore, it could be that the left hand or both hands couldn't have been the right.
I changed it to reflect the right-hand swing.
Not yet, Kay. There's no sense in changing anything yet. If you change the parameters to the right hand, it only created new contradiction. Gun.
Take that!
The bad badger already holds a gun in his right hand, so he can't hold a sword in addition.
Hey, that's right. Then what now? It wasn't his left or his right hand.
It means that the one who struck me could not have been a bad badger. Are you paying attention, Lions?
Oh.
Mr. Deacon could not have been the one who struck me, which leaves only you as the primary suspect.
Fine, it was me. I hit you.
It appears you've lied to me yet again, but let's see how quickly I catch up to you, Lance.
Wait, isn't Lance left-handed?
Ah, yes, but that's what makes this deception of all the more interesting. He used his right hand to make it look like Mr. Deacon had been the one to strike me. For you see, firing a gun with one's non-dominant hand is difficult. But that level of dexterity isn't required to swing a prop sword. Yeah! Okay, please input the new data. The one who hit me from behind was Lance, or should I say, the proto-badger.
You got it. Here I go.
Now we have a faithful recreation of the situation around the attack on me.
Alright, now we have to do is examine the new recreation
Not exactly so funny, Agent Lang.
An amusing little gadget sure packs the punch, right, Sheena?
Yes, it was all I could do is hold my laughter in.
Hey, don't make fun of me, little thief. You mean all werewolves. Me and Mr. Edgeworth bring out the best in each other.
You've had your little fun, but now it's my turn. I've sat quietly by listening. But that crude conclusion you came to just keeps brewing, and you don't know what the wolf's appetite. There's no guarantee that your toy will always show the real situation at any given time. All it did is displays whatever information you put in there, right?
Well, when you put it like that...
It's this preditioner wrong, it's not your fault, so I'm going to let you in on this. There's a trick to this haunted house.
What may that be exactly?
A trick beyond your tiny imagination can produce. Sheena!
Here you are.
Now then, what you missed, Kelly? It's written right here in this pamphlet.
The 7 Wonders of the Haunted House. The Disappearing Badger. What is this?
I'd say that someone around here is fond of fairies. And that you can see, they set a doll in the end of this hallway for that purpose. Basically, the blue badger you saw was just a stupid doll.
I remember now. This is the part where it just blatantly refuses to acknowledge the fact that he admitted to it. How could this be?
Yes, that throws your whole theory about it being your attacker right out the window.
He admitted it! You fucking whore! What the fuck are you on about? Shut up!
But that can't be. Maybe the culprit had the doll somewhere. And then he laid down and pretended to be it instead.
If the criminal couldn't even hide himself in the hallway, how could it be the giant doll? Do you get it now thanks to your presumptions? Your logic's that weak and led you to the completely wrong conclusion.
Oh, you fucking dumbass! He admitted! He admitted being the attacker of Miles Edgeworth. If you're just on about the fucking puppet, you can ask him.
Now get off your high horse.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Okay, I wonder if you could please input your new information for me.
You know, in a good year.
I can't quit, not until I declare that I found the truth. Agent Lang, for the additional information, you have my thanks.
There you go again. Let's see if I can.
Okay, I'm updating the recreation now.
I hate this case. I hate this case. I hate everyone in it. Except Gumshoe. And Edgeworth. Everyone else is a bitch.
Yeah, it looks really weird. Look how it changes from the blue badger into the proto badger all of a sudden.
If the slumped over badger is just a doll, where was my attacker hiding?
Right, that's what we're going to find out, right? So, come on, Edgeworth, let's go.
Well, let's. Situation can't be right, which means there must be a contradiction somewhere. Like, this is so fucking stupid. It's like,
When you take a look around, it almost feels like a house of mirrors.
Indeed, we've heard of many mirrors inside of a haunted house before. Or at least we noticed of a real crime scene thanks to the mirror shots.
Hey, wait, these shots, there's something different about them.
Oh?
The ones we found earlier are bigger than the shots from the mirror on the wall. Hey, look! And there's sort of design on the back, too.
The pieces from the costume are certainly different from the other mascots. What does this mean? Maybe there are pieces on the pieces of the mirrors. I only have one piece of logic, okay. Won't rest until I fuck you. Blue Badger's just a stone.
I bet he's the one who killed the Blue Badger and was the bad badger, right?
According to the Blue Badger's Bible, it says that they are each other's worst enemy.
Oh, because if one's ally of justice and the other's a vile criminal with a gun?
Perhaps they were just destined to battle each other. Much like the Steel Samurai and the Evil Magistrate. Okay, I can deduce. That's the wrong button. I can deduce. There seems to be absolutely nothing here besides the badger, so I'm gonna have to deduce on the badger. Oh, it's a mirror.
Eureka!
It's not the mirror. Yes, I have to get some more things. This is where the proto-badger shows up in our recreation. Yes, and now the question is, where did you come from?
Yeah, but there's a problem to hiding in current model.
There's been inconsistency somewhere. Pieces of set armor and a pile here.
Why do you think they always have sets of armor inside haunted houses?
I suppose it's sort of interior design meant to bring out a sense of abnormalcy.
Are you all your explanations have to be so hard to understand, Mr. Edgeworth? I'll try explaining it again, but this time so even a thief like me can get it.
That may prove to be a most difficult task. It's the proto-badger who struck me. I suppose I really should have said it at this lunch.
Oh, are you going to get him back?
I need not resort to violence when the lawsuit I plan to bring to court will suffice.
Really? Because I would totally attack them right back. If someone steals from me, I steal something back from them. If I get hit, I hit them back. If I get paid, I return the money, and that's the secret to how great thieves work.
The first statement doesn't seem to be much of benefit to a survivor. It's a replica of myself.
You're totally oblivious to what was behind you, huh?
Yes, I suppose I'm also to blame for what happened. It's incredibly dark, which is all the more reason I should have been more alert. The Vartan is to be caught by surprise again.
Hey, I can't believe what I'm seeing, sir. This space that I'm standing in, it's like another crazy dream.
Except that it isn't a dream, it's something that Case Gadget.
No, wait, that's exactly like a dream, sir. I've never been so impressed. It's like a miracle.
Someone sure is easily impressed.
Yeah, I'm glad you like it.
Ah, that's the part of your gadget. Now I wish I had one too.
Well, once this is over, I'll let you play with it for a bit if you want.
Ah, you do that for me, pal? Thanks. Let's wrap this case up already.
Sounds like this, that I wonder if they understand the seriousness of the situation. So I have you. Is there really only one thing I can say here? There's only one thing I can have here, and it's deducible, so... I guess I am supposed to deduce this with a piece of evidence I have. The blue badger is here. And it's not the mirror fragments. I'm gonna go ahead and go over to the guide. Oh, I've been pinged on Discord. One moment here. Doesn't matter. Okay. A bit of a... Blue Badger Bible. I see. Why is that? I guess I'll find out.
Eureka!
Hold on a second here, there's something wrong with this Blue Badger.
Eh? Like what?
The way this belt is on him, it's opposite of how it should be. Did you make a mistake?
It can't be. I inputted the image data exactly as it was in the pamphlet.
So then why is the Blue Badger dressed up in reverse? Oh, and now I can make the... now I can do the logic and the mirror. It's dressed up in reverse because it's a mirror in it. Okay, do you remember what you said earlier?
What I said earlier about what?
About how the building might as well have been a house of mirrors.
A house of mirrors? Oh, that would explain the reverse mirror image.
Yes, but the Blue Badger might not be nothing more than a reflected image of a real one.
Then was the Blue Badger you saw just a reflection?
When I looked down this hall, I thought it was perfectly straight. However, if there was a mirror.
Oh, then it would actually form an L shape, right?
Precisely, I was deceived. The hallway was almost pitch black. So there was a beam that would obstructed my view of the other hallway.
Wait, but why build a place like this? It sounds pretty pointless to me.
Okay, this house was just another attraction at an amusement park. They created a mirror wall for a specific purpose that I can point out to you. This was the reason they built a mirror wall. The disappearing act. I mean, it says it in the pamphlet. Is it in here? Yes. The disappearing act.
Take that!
It's written in the pamphlet. The main draw is the attraction. It is the mystery of the disappointing badger.
You mean they built a mirror for trick alone? But you said that was a badger, so it was definitely still there.
That was true at the time. However, doing this allowed me to make the Blue Badger disappear in a flash. To remove the reflected image, simply move the mirror. At first, the mirror was constructed so that it could be moved. Then beyond where the mirror was an empty hallway that had to be created.
Oh, so that's where people wanted to see the Blue Badger. They would open the mirror.
And then when they wanted to hide it, they simply had to close it again. This explains why the other side of the fragments have designs on them.
Ah, and if the pattern has the same of the other walls in the hallway, then when the mirror was closed, it would blend in with the rest of the walls.
This is what the mirror trick in the haunted house employs. That's cool and all, but like, you should notice, because you did get the floor plans from the detective. That's how you created this in the first place. Like, I know the game wanted us to figure that out on my own, but like, she had the floor plans. She knows this. And this also proves the existence of a hiding place for the culprit.
Huh? And so?
Think about it, okay? There's a place inside the field of vision. The culprit get out of sight by hiding here. Are we really fucking... why must I do that? There was a very large blind spot I could not see beyond. It was here. If my assailant hit in the other side of the movable mirror, then he wouldn't be able to see him. He didn't even need to do anything of the Blue Badger don't.
Yeah, we could have just asked him though, because he admitted to doing it.
Exactly, and this is why he had to wait for the other side of the mirror.
Wait, hold on. I just thought of something.
Yes?
Well, shouldn't the mirror wall be broken right now in reality?
Since we have a few shots of it, we can probably assume it is. Yes, it most definitely is broken. The question is, when was it broken? Since we found the body inside these victims' costumes, that would mean that the victim was there when the mirror was broken. Wait, that sound.
Leave the money and go now.
That sound I heard was most definitely the sound of a mirror breaking. Okay, I would like to input some new information.
Huh. Don't scare me like that.
Sorry, but I need you to recreate something for me.
Sure, whatever you need. What do you need anyway?
If you could first recreate this hallway just before entering the dining room.
You got it.
Now this, I believe, is how this was right before I entered the dining room. Although at the time I thought it was but a single straight hallway, and then I went inside. was around that when I heard the sound of a mirror shattering.
You heard what? Then?
Yes, I believe that it was then the mirror was broken.
Okay, then when you stepped outside into the hallway again.
The mirror wall should no longer exist. Okay, please recreate that.
Got it.
That's fucking stupid. No, that's fucking stupid. Nah. Cause like, they were talking to each other. As on the phone. They were like, one of the kidnappers was talking to Miles Edgeworth on the phone. Looking at him. And they also knew when he was at the door and told him to go inside, but they couldn't possibly have fucking known that because the mirror is one way. Because the mirror has a design on it. And they were talking to Miles Edgeworth, telling him to go. But while he was in the room, they also killed each other? I am guessing Deacon is the one that spoke to Edgeworth. But that still doesn't make any goddamn sense. No, yeah. I remember why this case fucking sucks, because it doesn't make any goddamn sense. And also, why are we still talking about this? He admitted to it!
So when did he go to the protoverse suit, Mr. Edgeworth?
That's easy enough. With the mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway.
I think this about wraps it up. Looks like you finally solved everything.
Also, no, that's not the fucking case. Because the mirror was gone, so he had to hide at the end of the fucking hallway. He had to sit there. No, not yet. Even a larger contradiction has now neared its head. Huh? Perhaps you did not notice. But this recreation contains a very troubling inconsistency. The inconsistency between what I saw and the recreation lies.
Take that!
Okay, take a good look at the end of the hallway.
Oh, there's no blue badger there.
Exactly, the blue badger I saw in reality is not there. This was the final point on which a long chain of logic has last remaining contradiction.
So let me get this straight. When you came out of the dining room, you saw a badger, right?
And that is precisely where the final contradiction lies. Something that shouldn't exist was there before me. Who or what do you suppose it was? I believe the real identity of a mystery badger. I guess he didn't just stand up and it was, in fact, Deacon. What? Why can't I present a profile? You fucking stupid!
Take that!
The badger I saw was in actuality the dead victim's body. Oh!
Right?
Agent Lang, the entirety of my complete logic is my final decisive piece of evidence. The murder happened in the hallway of the haunted house at the time of the drop-off. Why do you shoot him then? Fuck, this case is so fucking stupid. Why did he commit murder while Miles Edgeworth was what? Right there? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Do you consider the moment I heard the mirror breaking to be the real time of death for Mr. Deacon? No! Maybe it was due to their fighting, or perhaps it was the life-shattering bullet, but no matter what the cause was, the hallway mirror was broken.
Ha! You were in the house at the time, right? You're telling me you missed the sound of a gunshot?
There were a variety of sound effects playing at the time. All for reactive, I assume. The gunshot must have blended right in.
Yeah.
Now then, I'd like to recall something for me. Who was it that was with the victim in the haunted house? Who was the other one who had the opportunity to rob the victim of his gun and use it on him? It was you, Lance Armando.
I'm sorry. It's not like I had a choice. Oliver turned on me all of a sudden. Why? He snapped and turned violent right after I hung up with you. He shoved me to the ground and strangled me. Thought back as hard as I could, grabbed his gun and I shot him. The bullet must have went through his body and shattered the mirror. If I hadn't taken his gun and shot him first, I would have been the one you found. He's a hardened criminal. He escaped from jail.
See, that's justified self-defense. My boy was only trying to protect himself. That remains to be seen, and will have to be resolved in court. Agent Lang, I leave the rest to you.
Hey, you were the one in charge around here. Yes, arrest these two and get them out of my sight.
Wait! I had nothing to do with the murder. I'm the only person you should be arresting is Alliance.
Sorry, but you're not slipping away that easy, young Tomato. A tamper of evidence so you could be covered putting for your son. Nothing great that you are willing to risk it all. Truly touching. By the way, do you know why I'm really here?
And how could I possibly know the answer to such an asinine question?
You wound me. I came all the way to cross the sea just to see you, you know?
You came to see me? What's that supposed to mean?
I have a few things to ask you, Mr. Amano, about a case from 10 years ago.
Case from 10 years ago.
Oh, what's the name of that you used it for, that case? Sheena!
It's known as the KG-8 incident. The KG-8 incident?
Ah, so you remember it? Good, then you'll recall the trigger in that case was Mr. Amano's group scandal. Specifically, the charge of an international smuggling ring.
Smuggling? There's that word again.
At the time, the person that was arrested as the ringleader was Mr. Amano's very own secretary, Mr. Colin DeVoe.
Father!
Even though you pushed the crime onto your then secretary, Mr. DeVoe, I always suspected you were involved in the smuggling ring, Mr. Amano. Mr. DeVoe also arrested in place of you, which is when you broke out and hid him from the police, right? You hid him in exchange for his silence on your life. Dirty secret.
Now. Please calm down. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about.
Pretend to be ignorant all you want. We're taking you down to the precinct anyway for a nice long chat. Who the heck was that?
I'll take him to the precinct if you don't mind.
Who the heck are you?
I'm Jacques Portsman and the prosecutor in charge of this case. Oh, Jacques, thank goodness you're here.
Don't jerk me around. It's an Interpol case, so keep your paws on my suspect.
Sorry, but I can't comply. I've got the backing of the prosecutor's office. See, in this country, prosecutors work with the police to bring cases to the court. If you could please cooperate with me here, that'd be great. Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal?
Sorry, but I hate prosecutors. To hold it out of you. Guys, arrest the two suspects.
Sir!
Oh, I almost forgot. Prosecutor Malzetchev, is it? I'd like to thank you.
Thank me?
Yeah, for working so hard to fulfill my goal. Hey, that's not any way to thank someone. And what the heck is that supposed to mean? You were so relentless with Lance that you forced Ernest to tamper with the evidence. Thanks to that, I finally had a legitimate reason to assist him. Now, how does it feel to bite the hand that feeds you?
The hand that feeds me? I'm not sure I follow.
It's no use pretending with me. You're the one right. The one corrupt prosecutor that's working for Mr. Amano in the smuggling ring, right?
No, I would never do such a thing.
Shit. What the heck? Intel's never wrong. I mean, in the prosecutor's office, there's definitely someone working in the ring.
So Agent Lang suspected my relation to Mr. Amano. That must be the real reason behind his antagonistic attitude.
On top of that, your mentor was Manfred von Kammer, right? There are non-stop rumors flying around about forged evidence of that guy. You're not twisting the truth behind these closed courtroom doors too, are you?
The courtroom is a place where the truth is revealed.
Well, don't worry, it's not only you. There are a lot of you can't be trusted. A prosecutor, you never lost in 40 years? Every defendant must be found guilty? Fueled by that kind of thinking, is there any wonder that the courts produce nothing but falsities and lies?
It would seem Mr. Stein extends just beyond me. Prosecutors, the courts, why is this man so angry with us all?
Rest assured, next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. Why don't you forget it?
Please wait. Agent Sheena? What does Agent Lang hate all prosecutors so? Lang is the head of the long-honored House of Lang in Zhengfa. The heads of all police-related divisions in that country were of Lang blood. Were? What do you mean by that? Aren't they still? They were reversed. They were revered, but a long time ago. They don't hold that sort of sway anymore. Then it was all because of the courts. How can that be? A prosecutor once withheld and tampered with the evidence one of the Lang detectives found. That evidence purity was tarnished, and it cost the Lang family its honor and trust. But all prosecutors are like that. Even so, Lang will never respect the court again, or any prosecutor. So Lang Fang is a man who hates all courts and is unwilling to forgive the prosecutors. Man, what a piece of work that guy is. Come on, Jim, we'd better catch up. Yeah. We've still got to deliver that thing to the old man, after all. Detective Gumshoe, I believe it's time we wrapped up and headed out ourselves.
Yeah. You gonna go home, Mr. Edgeworth?
No, I've done nothing but be entangled in one mess after another since my return. If it's alright with you, can you drop me off at my office?
No problem, sir.
Excuse me.
Yeah? What is it?
Thank you very much.
It's okay. No need to thank me, pal. Just doing my job as a detective.
I guess I was fooled pretty badly by lads. Oh, cruel fate, what a woman should do. She's been hurt by someone she loves. And to think I never realized my father was right there. And I said anything to him. I knew it. I'm a failure.
There she goes again, talking to herself.
Miss Potts, I wonder if you know why your father participated in the kidnapping.
No, I have no idea.
Your father died while he was trying to stop Lance, which means that from the beginning he had no interest in the staged self-abduction.
Wait, then, why did he...
I believe it was because of your presence, Miss Potts.
Me?
Lance realized that the two of you were related, which is why he used you as a hostage to coerce Mr. Devereaux into cooperation.
Father!
As a felon, he could not tell you of his real relation to you. However, as the Amano family butler, he at the very least had to be able to watch over you. It was all he could do, but that was the shape of his overflowing love for you. Go on, speak your mind.
That is... Thank you very much.
You're welcome, although there's no need to thank me.
No, Lord, stop. I mean, this man's so much older than you.
Is he? Yes, he is. Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
Looks like you're from Teedenstone away, Mr. Edgeworth.
Ready to go, sir?
Your technique is way beyond the levels of a great thief.
What are you going on about now?
Wow, your deducing skills may be sound, but you have no street smarts.
That's Mr. Edgeworth for you.
Yeah, I mean he still hasn't figured out that I'm who I am at all. If you haven't remembered it all this time, I guess I'm just going to have to say it. This isn't the first time we met, you know?
What do you mean, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, do you know this girl?
Looks like you totally forgot me too, Gummy.
Gummy?
Here, maybe this will jog your memories. I promised I'd return this toy to you one day, remember?
That single piece of cloth took me back far into my past. That fateful day 7 years ago when I first met that then child, Kay. And Detective Gumshoe. The end. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. We will be streaming the rest of this game, naturally. I don't know when, but we will. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps another day. Really depends. My throat is hurting very badly, if I do say so myself. The Kidnap Turnabout has been done. Turnabout Reminiscence is next up, and next up we will have a chapter full of old characters, because, yeah, I guess all of the new characters we just introduced, we didn't want them in this game anyway, because they are only here for 2 of the 4 of the 5 cases. Really weird. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed the stream. We will be saying, I would say cue the clown, but I don't have the clown. The closest thing I have is ignore the fact that